What if the very fabric of reality was stitched together by beings of unimaginable power, their whispers echoing through the ages, shaping humanity's fate? Above the storms of our world, a celestial battle rages, unseen yet palpable, weaving destinies both glorious and tragic. The air crackles with anticipation, as shadows of the heavenly hosts prepare to unveil their ancient truths. It begins with a flicker, a single star igniting in the inky blackness of the cosmos, a herald of something monumental, something that will shake the foundations of existence. The heavens tremble with energy, each pulse resonating with the stories of angels and demons that have danced for millennia in an eternal waltz of light and darkness. Every heartbeat in this cosmic theater echoes with the choices made and unmade, the lives touched by divine hands, and the spirals of fate that twist and turn with every decision. Below the celestial tapestry, humanity trudges through the mundane, oblivious to the forces at play above. Yet, on the edge of awakening, a few souls sense the stirrings of an ancient prophecy, one that speaks of a celestial alignment, a rare moment when the barriers between realms thin and the echoes of the heavenly hosts become a haunting melody. Each note carries the weight of forgotten battles, of friendships forged and betrayals that shattered the heavens into fractals of light and shadow. In a forgotten chapel, dust motes swirl in the dim light as an ancient tome lies open, its pages yellowed with age. The ink seems to shimmer as if alive, revealing secrets long buried. A storm brews outside, thunder rumbling like the roar of a sleeping giant. Inside, a lone figure, eyes wide with a mix of fear and anticipation, feels the pull of destiny. The air thickens, and with it comes the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, a promise that something monumental is about to unfold. A voice whispers through the corridors of time, weaving tales of the great war in heaven, when loyalty splintered and factions rose, angel against angel, casting shadows that would seep into human hearts. A celestial rebellion, a fall from grace, each story a thread in a larger narrative that binds the mortal and the divine. Would humanity be an unwitting pawn in this cosmic chess game, or could they seize the reins of their fate? As the clock strikes midnight, a figure cloaked in radiant light descends, wings unfurling with an elegance that transcends the earthly. The atmosphere is electric, laden with unspoken promises and impending doom. The time for silence has ended. The moment for revelation is at hand. What unfolds next will challenge everything believed about the nature of good and evil, the struggle for power, and the essence of existence itself. As the heavens watch with bated breath, the stage is set. Who will rise? Who will fall? In the shadow of the heavenly hosts, history breathes, and the question lingers. Are we mere spectators, or are we destined to play our part in this celestial saga? In the dim light of dawn, a timeless battle unfolds in the sky. The air crackles with energy as winged figures, bright and ethereal, soar through clouds painted in hues of gold and azure. Their presence radiates a sense of wonder and fear, as if the very heavens are alive, cloaked in mystery and purpose. These beings, known as the heavenly hosts, exist at the intersection of the mundane and the divine, evoking emotions that linger long after they vanish from sight. Through history, the term heavenly hosts has stirred the imagination of countless souls. It evokes images of angels with grand wings, their faces lit with divine light, ready to deliver messages of hope or wrath. But what do these beings truly represent? Their origins weave a tapestry rich with culture, religion, and humanity's eternal quest for meaning. In ancient texts, they are often depicted as messengers, warriors, or guardians, each embodiment telling a story that resonates deeply within the human heart. The concept of heavenly beings can be traced back to the dawn of civilization. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of great gods who commanded legions of lesser spirits. These heavenly hosts served not merely as aids to the gods but as manifestations of divine will, performing tasks that shaped the fate of mankind. Each star in the night sky was regarded as a potential host, a beacon of divine connection, inviting people to gaze upward and wonder what lay beyond their earthly existence. As civilizations flourished, so did the narratives around these celestial beings. Throughout ancient Egypt, the deities, often depicted with wings, commanded the loyalty of millions. The goddess Ma'at, representing truth and justice, was often attended by a host of spirits who enforced her laws across the world, ensuring that the balance of life remained intact. The Egyptians believed that these divine beings acted as intermediaries, guiding souls to the afterlife, protecting them from chaos and uncertainty. With the rise of monotheistic religions, the concept of heavenly hosts took on a new form. In Hebrew tradition, the term hosts refers to the armies of angels that serve God. The biblical references are numerous, with passages in Isaiah and Psalms painting vivid images of these celestial beings. They are described not just as gentle messengers but as formidable warriors, ready to engage in battle on behalf of humanity. This duality of gentle guidance and fierce protection adds layers to their identity, making them figures of both reverence and awe. Throughout history, the influence of these heavenly hosts has echoed in art and literature. The Renaissance, a period marked by a resurgence of interest in spirituality and the divine, saw artists like Michelangelo and Raphael capturing the essence of these beings in their masterpieces. In the grandeur of the Sistine Chapel, the vibrant colors and dynamic poses of angels leap from the walls, inviting viewers to ponder their significance. The imagery evokes not just admiration but a deep emotional pull, reminding humanity of the celestial forces that intertwine with their lives. However, the fascination with heavenly hosts is not confined to ancient texts or artistic representations. The whispers of their presence continue in modern spirituality, where people seek comfort and guidance through prayer and meditation. Accounts of angelic encounters flood the pages of contemporary literature, presenting personal stories of miraculous interventions. These accounts reflect an enduring belief that these heavenly beings are still among us, watching over and influencing our choices. The origins of the heavenly hosts also find their place in the fabric of folklore and mythology. Across different cultures, stories abound of divine beings who descended from the heavens, bringing wisdom, love, and hope. In Greek mythology, Hermes served as a messenger of the gods, guiding souls to the afterlife with unwavering loyalty. The tales of these divine messengers serve as a reminder of humanity's longing for connection with the divine, a yearning that transcends time and culture. As night falls, the sky transforms into a vast canvas, dotted with stars that whisper ancient secrets. The notion of heavenly hosts reminds humanity that they are not alone in their struggles. The shadows of doubt and fear fade in the presence of these celestial figures, who serve as symbols of hope and resilience. Each flickering star is a reminder of the love, guidance, and protection that exist just beyond the veil of the tangible world. In the midst of wars, plagues, and personal tragedies throughout history, the concept of heavenly hosts has provided solace to countless individuals. From the battlefields of ancient Rome to the quiet corners of family homes, stories of divine intervention continue to weave themselves into the fabric of reality. The belief that someone or something is out there, watching over them, infuses life with a sense of purpose and strength. Vibrant tales of the heavenly hosts remind us of the power of belief. They invite us to ponder the unseen forces that guide our lives, igniting a spark of curiosity that pulls us toward the unknown. As each generation grapples with its own challenges, the stories of these celestial beings resonate, providing a source of encouragement and a flicker of hope. The journey of the heavenly hosts is intertwined with humanity's own quest for meaning and understanding. Their presence serves as a testament to the enduring belief that the divine is intricately connected to the earthly. The whispers of angels, the armies of light, the protectors of souls, all these narratives coalesce into a rich tapestry that transcends time and space. And as the flame of belief continues to burn brightly in the hearts of many, the story of the heavenly hosts evolves, inviting new interpretations and understandings. In every culture, in every heart, their essence lives on, waiting to inspire, to comfort, and to challenge humanity to rise above the ordinary. As the sun sets and the stars awaken, the dance of the heavenly hosts continues, reminding us that we are part of something far greater than ourselves. The mysteries of their existence linger in the air, whispering tales of hope to those who dare to listen. The next chapter of their journey beckons, promising more revelations, more encounters, and the ever-present possibility of discovering what lies beyond the stars. In a dimly lit room filled with the scent of ancient parchment and the weight of history, a scholar hunched over a weathered manuscript, his fingers trembling as he traced the faded ink. Each swirl of the pen seemed to pulse with the essence of a long-lost time, echoing whispers of divine messengers who once danced between heaven and earth. The air crackled with unspoken stories, and in that stillness, the veil between worlds felt dangerously thin. Angels have haunted humanity's imagination since the dawn of civilization, their presence woven into the fabric of ancient texts that stand as testaments to the beliefs and hopes of people long gone. The earliest mentions of these celestial beings can be found among the Sumerians, who inscribed tales on clay tablets, detailing the exploits of their gods and the intermediary spirits that carried messages between the divine and mortal realms. These beings, ethereal and enigmatic, were believed to guide and protect, embodying both comfort and fear, as the fragile thread of human life hung precariously between chaos and order. In the sacred lands of Mesopotamia, the Enuma Elish, an epic creation story, hinted at divine messengers who flitted through the heavens, their wings shimmering like stars against the cosmic void, delivering decrees from the gods. The Sumerians called them Alu, spirits that could bring both good fortune and calamity. The mere mention of their name sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to invoke them. It was said that these beings could bring dreams or nightmares, a reflection of humanity's deepest desires and darkest fears. As empires rose and fell, the whispers of angels traveled through the sands of time, reaching the ancient Egyptians. Here, the concept of divine messengers evolved, integrating into their complex pantheon. The Book of the Dead, a guide for the afterlife, spoke of beings like the shepherds of the dead, who would escort souls through the perilous journey into the afterlife, their presence both a balm and a terror for the departed. These spectral guides were not merely protectors but also judges, carrying scales to weigh the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. The imagery painted a vivid picture of human souls standing before celestial beings, trembling under the weight of their choices, each decision echoing in the silence of eternity. Across the Mediterranean, the ancient Israelites recorded their encounters with angels in sacred texts that have reverberated through millennia. The first mention appeared in the book of Genesis, where the fiery messengers appeared to Abraham, foretelling the miraculous birth of his son Isaac. This divine visitation sent ripples of hope through the heart of a man on the edge of despair, the promise of life igniting a flame where doubt had dwelt. The scene was set against a backdrop of barren lands, the twilight sky painted with hues of orange and purple, casting shadows that danced like spirits around their sacred covenant. As the stories unfolded, angels took on roles as protectors, warriors, and guides. The tale of Jacob's ladder captured the imagination of countless generations. In a dream, Jacob saw a stairway stretching to heaven, with angels ascending and descending, their wings brushing against the fabric of the universe. The imagery stirred emotions deep within the hearts of the faithful, a reminder of the thin veil that separated human struggles from divine intervention. Every step up that ladder symbolized hope, promise, and the yearning for connection with the heavenly realm. The prophets of Israel continued to document their celestial encounters, sometimes falling to their knees in awe at the sight of these radiant beings. Isaiah's vision spoke of seraphim, each with 6 wings, who covered their faces and feet in reverence, their voices thundering like the very foundation of creation. The earth trembled under the weight of their song, a haunting melody that echoed the majesty of ultimate truth. This imagery, potent and alive, brought to life the emotional weight of divine presence, a stark reminder that the heavens were not silent, but filled with the cries of those who dared to seek understanding. The Greeks and Romans, too, wove angels into their narratives, albeit with a different flavor. The word angelos emerged, drawing from the Greek language to mean messenger. In myths, they were often personified with human traits, acting as guides for heroes on treacherous quests. Hermes, the winged messenger, darted through the skies, delivering news between gods and mortals, embodying the excitement and urgency of communication across realms. The very essence of these angelic figures sparked a sense of adventure, their presence igniting hope in the hearts of those who believed that help was always just a whisper away. As centuries turned, these celestial beings took on even more profound significance in texts such as the Book of Enoch, a work shrouded in mystery and forbidden from inclusion in the canonical scriptures. Here, angels were not merely messengers. They were warriors and watchers, the Grigori, tasked with guarding humanity but also challenged by their own desires. This complex relationship between the divine and the mortal painted a picture of angels as deeply flawed, wrestling with their roles, mirroring the struggles of those they watched over. The tension of divine purpose against personal desire added a layer of drama that echoed through the ages, a reminder of the fine line that separates the sacred from the profane. In the intricate tapestries of ancient texts, the stories of angels unfurled like a scroll, each character and encounter rich with emotion and meaning. These beings bridged the gap between heaven and earth, their presence igniting an eternal dance of hope, fear, love, and loss that resonated through the centuries. They were not simply figures of light. They were reflections of humanity's deepest yearnings and insecurities, ever-present reminders that the pursuit of the divine is intertwined with the struggles of existence. As the scholar sat captivated by the unfolding tales, he felt a chill run down his spine. The room seemed to pulse with life as he turned the page, the ink shimmering with the weight of history. Each story breathed, each word echoed, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The whispers of angels lingered in the air, their stories unfinished, waiting to be told, drawing him deeper into the mysteries that bound the heavens and the earth. In the shadowy recesses of an ancient world, where city-states rose like proud titans against the flat, arid land, the breath of divine beings could be felt in every whisper of the wind. Mesopotamia, cradle of civilization, was a place where gods ruled the heavens and the earth, and where angels, known as messengers and guardians, flitted between realms, carrying weighty tidings that shaped the fates of mortals and deities alike. Every sunrise painted the skies with hues of orange and gold, while the people below offered their prayers, calling upon these celestial beings to intervene in their lives. They believed in angels not as mere figments of imagination, but as powerful entities, woven into the very fabric of their existence. These were not the soft, ethereal figures one might think of today, but were often depicted as fierce warriors or wise advisors, standing tall, cloaked in purpose. One could hear the soft murmurs of the priests in the temples, their robes rustling like leaves in a quiet breeze. They spoke of Utu, the sun god, who cast his radiant gaze upon the land. But it was the angels who acted as his emissaries, flying just beyond the reach of human sight, guiding lost souls and protecting the innocent. They bore messages from the gods, their wings a blur as they darted through the air, their presence bringing both comfort and fear. In the bustling streets of Uruk, merchants peddled their wares, unaware that their lives were often swayed not just by chance, but by forces unseen. One could almost feel a shiver run through the crowd as a sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the scent of burnt offerings, the prayers of the people rising like smoke to the heavens. It was in these moments that the angels were believed to hover, listening intently, weighing the worthiness of the supplications laid bare before them. Angels in Mesopotamian mythology were not merely messengers. They were the very embodiment of fate. They held the delicate threads that wove the tapestry of life together. In moments of joy, when a child was born or a harvest was bountiful, angels would rejoice, their laughter echoing in the hearts of the people. Yet, in times of despair, when disease struck or war loomed, these celestial beings could bring ominous signs, their presence a chilling reminder of the balance between fortune and ruin. A story whispered among the people spoke of an angel named Ishtar, a figure of both love and war. She descended from the heavens, radiant and fierce, her eyes aflame with the intensity of the battles she had witnessed. Ishtar was known to guide warriors in their quests, her very essence a blend of beauty and power. It was said that when she flew down to offer her blessings, the very earth trembled, and the night sky lit up with the brilliance of 100 stars. Mortals would feel her energy coursing through them, inspiring bravery in the face of danger. But with that power came a price, Her wrath was swift against those who dishonored her. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the cracked earth, a feeling of anticipation hung thick in the air. The people gathered around the ziggurat, their hearts pounding, awaiting the oracle's message. Would the angel's guidance lead them to prosperity, or would a dark omen loom over their future? The atmosphere was electric, alive with the tension of the unknown. One boy, standing at the back of the crowd, clutched his mother's hand tightly. He could feel the pulse of the crowd, the collective heartbeat of a community on the brink of revelation. The oracle stepped forward, her voice a melody that danced on the breeze. She spoke of the angel who would come to bring a message of fate, and suddenly, the boy felt a flutter of wings in his chest. The angel was near, hovering just beyond the horizon, waiting to bridge the gap between the divine and the mortal. With each word from the oracle's lips, the boy imagined the angel's presence, a shimmering figure cloaked in light, eyes shimmering with wisdom. He could almost see the way the air shimmered around the angel, how the whispers of ancient knowledge floated like delicate petals on the wind. Would the angel carry news of hope or despair? The uncertainty twisted in his stomach, a knot of emotion that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. In a distant corner of the region, a battle raged. The clash of swords and the cries of men intertwined like a chaotic symphony. Above the chaos, another angel hovered, her wings beating fiercely against the stormy sky. She was a guardian, fierce and unyielding, guiding her warriors through the turmoil, her presence a beacon of strength amid the chaos. Each swing of her sword became a dance with destiny, each fallen enemy a testament to her resolve. The air crackled with energy as she called upon her celestial brethren, summoning them to lend their strength to the fight. She knew that the outcome of this battle would echo through time, shaping not only the fates of those below but also the very order of the universe. The stakes were impossibly high, and as the angels rallied, the heavens trembled under the weight of their collective purpose. Back in Uruk, the boy's heart raced as the oracle spoke of peace, of abundance, and of the angel who would protect them from harm. The crowds erupted in joy, but still, an uneasy feeling settled in his chest. He felt the tug of the unseen thread connecting him to the angelic realm, a bond that would forever alter his path. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. But in that dark, the twinkling stars emerged, each one a reminder of the angels watching over them, waiting to intervene, guiding their destinies. The air was thick with anticipation, the night vibrant with possibility. Each heartbeat, each breath, pulsed with the promise of what was to come. And just beyond the veil of perception, the angels continued their eternal vigil, weaving through the lives of mortals, their presence a constant reminder that they were never truly alone. Their roles were far from concluded, and as the world turned, the dance of the divine would carry on, as ceaseless as the tides, as inevitable as fate itself. In a land where the sun blazes fiercely over golden sands, shadows dance at twilight, murmuring the names of ancient gods. The air is thick with the scent of incense and whispers of unseen forces. Here, in the cradle of civilization, the Egyptians believed their deities walked among them, each one a luminous reflection of something greater above. A star, a constellation, a celestial force that shaped their world. At the center of this divine pantheon stood Ra, the sun god, who soared across the sky in his glorious bark. His brilliance was not just a daily event, it was life itself. The Egyptians believed that when Ra set in the west, he journeyed through the underworld, battling the serpent Apophis, a creature of chaos. This nightly struggle was a cosmic dance, a breathtaking drama where light fought against the darkness. With every dawn, when Ra emerged triumphant, the people felt hope surge within their hearts, believing that their own lives mirrored this celestial struggle. Next to Ra, the moon goddess, Isis, shone softly, her light a soothing balm to the wearied souls of mortals. She was not merely a goddess. She was the embodiment of nurturing love and fierce protection. Legends told of her search for Osiris, her husband, who was torn apart by their brother Set, the god of chaos and disorder. As she gathered his pieces and breathed life back into him, A palpable tension hung in the air. The tale was one of relentless determination, a testament to love that transcended even death. The moon waxed and waned, echoing her emotions, sometimes shining bright with the promise of reunion, sometimes dimming in sorrow. There was Thoth, the wise scribe, who stood as a bridge between the divine and the mortal. With his ibis head, he inscribed the fate of all souls upon the slate of the heavens. He was the keeper of knowledge, revered as the god of wisdom, writing not just the stories of the gods, but the very fabric of creation. When the Egyptians gazed up into the night sky, they saw Thoth's celestial counterpart in the stars, charting the course of their destinies. His presence was felt in every scroll, every sacred text, giving birth to the power of the written word. Then there was Hathor, the goddess of love and joy, whose laughter echoed through the halls of the temples. She was represented by the cow, a symbol of nurturing and fertility. The Egyptians celebrated her during the festival of drunkenness, where revelry and joy spilled into the streets. Under the vast, star-studded sky, they danced and sang, feeling her divine presence guiding them, reminding them that life was as much about pleasure as it was about duty. Her celestial counterpart was the Pleiades, a cluster of stars that twinkled like laughter across the expanse of night, igniting a sense of wonder and longing in all who beheld them. As the sun set over the Nile, the goddess Nut, the sky herself, stretched her body across the heavens. She arched over the world, her starry body filled with the spirits of the departed. Each star was a soul, a whisper of a life once lived. When families gathered to mourn, they looked up at Nut and felt her embrace, believing that their loved ones were cradled in her celestial arms. The interplay of night and day symbolized the constant cycle of life and death, intertwining the fates of mortals with the divine. The Egyptians viewed their deities as vibrant and complex beings, not distant or cold. They felt them in the rustle of papyrus leaves, the gentle lap of the Nile, and the warmth of the sun. Each god had a role, each goddess a purpose, intertwining their lives with the cosmos. The stars were not just distant suns. They were the very essence of their gods, breathing life into their beliefs, guiding their actions, shaping their futures. As the full moon rose high, casting its silvery glow over the land, the sacred rituals began. Priests adorned in linen chanted hymns, invoking the power of the gods and calling their celestial counterparts to witness. The air crackled with energy, punctuated by the rhythm of drums and the soft, haunting melodies of flutes. The assembled crowd swayed, lost in a trance, feeling the divine presence envelop them. Each heartbeat synchronized with the cosmic pulse, a reminder of the delicate balance between earth and sky. The stories of these gods were not just tales of the past. They were living, breathing truths that shaped the very essence of Egyptian life. The people were inextricably tied to their deities, their fates woven together like the threads of a tapestry. Each sunrise brought the promise of Ra's warmth, each sunset a reminder of the eternal battle between light and darkness. Love, wisdom, protection, and joy were not mere concepts but tangible blessings, bestowed upon them from the heavens. As the night deepened, a sudden chill swept through the crowd. A sense of unease gripped the air, as if the gods themselves were on the brink of revealing something profound. The stars twinkled with urgency, and the priests whispered of omens and prophecies, hinting at a cosmic shift that would alter the very fabric of their existence. The tension hung palpably, like a storm gathering on the horizon, threatening to unleash its fury. The people gazed upward, their hearts racing. As the celestial dance continued above them, they sensed that something extraordinary was about to unfold, a revelation that would intertwine their stories with the divine in ways they had never imagined. The air crackled with anticipation, each breath filled with the electric promise of what was to come, urging them to remain vigilant, for the cosmos held secrets they had yet to grasp. In a time long before the world was divided by borders and beliefs, a flicker of light emerged from the shadows of ancient Persia. It was a light that spoke of divine order, of a cosmic battle between good and evil, and it beckoned souls to consider the weight of their choices. This was the essence of Zoroastrianism, a faith that birthed concepts so profound they would ripple through history, touching the very fabric of spiritual thought across cultures and generations. The echoes of its teachings reached far and wide, eventually finding their way into the celestial realms of angelic hierarchies. Picture a vast expanse, where ethereal beings glide through the heavens, their wings shimmering with the radiant glow of purity. These angels, guardians of the divine, were not just figments of imagination, but entities inspired by the teachings of Zoroaster. Their roles, their natures, even their rankings mirrored the deep insights of an ancient theology that emphasized the struggle between Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Zoroastrianism, and Engra Mainyu, the spirit of chaos and destruction. The influence of this dualism seeped into the very essence of angels, messengers of light, battling against the encroaching darkness. Zoroastrianism painted a picture of a structured universe where good was ordered and evil was chaotic. This dichotomy led to the formation of a hierarchy among angels, each assigned specific duties reflecting the sacred order of the cosmos. Just as Zoroastrian teachings divided existence into light and shadow, heaven became populated with celestial beings categorized into ranks, each possessing unique powers and responsibilities. At the pinnacle stood the archangels, echoing the high divine powers of Ahura Mazda, who enveloped the faithful with protection and guidance. They were the defenders of truth, mirroring the Zoroastrian virtue of Asha, the principle of righteousness. As they hovered above the earthly realm, their presence inspired awe and reverence. Imaginations ignited as people spoke of their encounters with these majestic beings, recounting stories that would be passed down through generations. Further down in this heavenly hierarchy were the lesser angels, akin to the Yazatas of Zoroastrian belief. These divine spirits watched over the elements and nature itself, each one a guardian of a specific aspect of creation. They manifested as the protectors of rivers, mountains, and even the very wind that swept across the earth. It was said that when people gazed at the stars, they were not merely looking at distant lights, but glimpsing the celestial guardians who whispered assistance to those in need, a thought that brought comfort and courage to many hearts. But the emotional tapestry woven by these beliefs was not without its threads of tension. As Zoroastrianism thrived, so too did the clashing ideologies of other faiths. The rise of Christianity and other religions brought forth a challenge to the understanding of angels and their roles. Conflicts abounded, and the angels of Zoroastrian influence collided with new interpretations, reshaping their identities in the minds of believers. This struggle was the crucible that forged modern religious thought, blending ancient wisdom with new revelations, creating a rich mosaic of belief. As the sun set on the Persian Empire and the teachings of Zoroaster spread beyond its borders, the image of angels began to morph and expand. They were no longer confined to one belief system, but rather transcended boundaries, becoming symbols of hope and protection for countless souls. The narrative of angels, once tethered to Zoroastrianism, began to intertwine with that of other faiths, each influence adding color to the already vibrant landscape. The fear and reverence once reserved for the celestial hierarchy transformed over time. Tales sprouted of angels descending to earth, offering guidance during desperate times, much like the divine figures rooted in Zoroastrian texts who stepped into the material world to illuminate the path for humanity. Stories of divine encounters filled the hearts of the faithful with goosebumps of hope, pushing them to believe that they were never truly alone. In the shadows of such beliefs lay the darker side of the cosmic struggle, the ever-present notion of Engra Mainyu and the chaos he represented. The tension between light and darkness played out in the lives of ordinary people, who would turn their gaze upwards in search of divine assistance, pleading for angelic intervention against the looming threats. Anxiety would grip their hearts, but hope flourished, a flickering candle against the abyss, ignited by the belief that angels, in all their glorious forms, were watching over them. The influence of Zoroastrianism on the angelic hierarchy did not merely stop at angels and archangels. It reached into the very heart of human existence, shaping moral codes and ethical values. The idea that angels witnessed every deed, every fleeting thought, told people that they were accountable for their actions. Every good deed was a step towards light, a whisper of Asha echoing in the hearts of those who chose kindness over cruelty. As time marched on, the teachings of Zoroaster found new homes among the faithful, adapting and transforming yet still echoing the timeless struggle between good and evil. The ancient wisdom of Zoroastrianism continued to resonate, nurturing a sense of connection to the divine. The emotional tension of existence, caught between light and dark, between the angels who promised protection and the ever-looming shadow of chaos, created a sense of urgency. Every prayer, every plea for guidance, became a bridge linking humanity to the celestial realm. With every flicker of candlelight during moments of prayer, the invisible threads connecting mortals to the divine grew stronger, woven through the stories that shaped their beliefs. In this cosmic dance, where the echoes of Zoroastrianism intertwined with the narratives of angels, humanity found solace. The struggle against the dark forces of Angra Mainyu, the yearning for Asha, and the protective embrace of angels created a rich tapestry of hope, fear, and reverence. Every heart that opened to the divine, every soul that sought understanding, became a part of this eternal dance, forever intertwined with the heavenly beings that watched over them from above. The story, like a river flowing endlessly, continued into realms beyond, where the influence of Zoroastrianism and the angelic hierarchy would weave through the threads of fate, guiding and inspiring all who dared to believe. In the stillness of twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a soft rustling filled the air, stirring the leaves of ancient trees. This was no ordinary evening. The world was on the cusp of something extraordinary. The people of Israel, weary from the weight of their struggles, looked skyward with a mixture of hope and trepidation, for they believed that unseen beings hovered just beyond the veil, ready to intervene in the affairs of men. These beings were the angels of the Old Testament, ethereal messengers carrying the will of God, stepping into the lives of the faithful with a power that could ignite the very soul. The first breath of this divine story was whispered in the stories of the creation. It was there, in that primordial moment, that angels were forged from light. The Hebrew Bible paints them not just as guardians but as warriors, protectors of the fragile balance between heaven and earth. The seraphim, with their fiery wings, danced around the throne of God, singing praises that resonated through the universe. Their presence was a reminder that even in chaos, order reigned, and the heavens were alive with the sound of reverence. Then, there were the cherubim, not merely decorations on the Ark of the Covenant but fierce protectors charged with safeguarding sacred truths. When Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden, it was a cherub who wielded a flaming sword, a sentinel guarding the path back to paradise. This image lingered in the hearts of the Israelites, a stark reminder of the consequences of disobedience, yet also a hint of hope that redemption might one day be possible. As the stories unfolded, the role of angels deepened. When Abraham was called to be the father of a great nation, it was an angel who delivered the news of his impending fatherhood. The sheer joy mixed with disbelief must have coursed through his veins like wildfire. In that moment, the angel was not just a messenger but a harbinger of change, promising that through his lineage, blessings would flow like a mighty river. This vision would echo through generations, a beacon of hope illuminating the dark nights of doubt. The narrative darkened with the tale of Sodom and Gomorrah, where angels descended in human form, their mission shrouded in the gravity of impending judgment. The townspeople, oblivious to the celestial visitors amongst them, danced dangerously close to destruction. The fire and brimstone that awaited them, a chilling reminder that divine justice was not to be trifled with. Lot, their unwitting savior, was torn between loyalty to a sinful city and the divine call to escape. The angels' urgency, a palpable tension, filled the air as they grasped his hand, pulling him away from the brink, urging him towards safety. The moment was electric, steeped in desperation and divine mercy, a turning point that would echo in the annals of history. Then, there was Jacob, resting on the earth, his head cradled on a stone. As he slumbered, the veil lifted, revealing a ladder that stretched into the heavens, with angels ascending and descending like a ceaseless tide. This vision was more than a dream. It was a promise of connection, of communication between the earthly realm and the divine. In that moment, Jacob's heart raced with the realization that he was not alone, that the angels were weaving in and out of his life, guardians of his destiny. The image of that ladder became a symbol, a reminder that even in solitude, the heavens were watching, supporting the journey of humanity. As Israel stood on the brink of entering the Promised Land, angels became the very essence of their hope and strength. They were seen as divine guides who marched alongside the people, leading them through barren wilderness and into valleys of milk and honey. Each battle fought, each victory claimed, was under the watchful gaze of angelic hosts. It was said that Joshua, standing before the fortified walls of Jericho, heard the rustle of wings just before the walls crumbled. The victory was not his alone. It was the product of divine intervention, an unseen army rallying behind him, a promise that with faith, all things were possible. But not all encounters with angels were triumphant. The story of Balaam unfolds with a chilling twist, where the seer, blinded by greed, rode forth, unaware that an angel stood in his way. It was the donkey, a humble creature, who saw the celestial warrior and refused to move forward. The tension built with every moment, as Balaam struck the animal in frustration, unaware of the impending doom. The angel, sword drawn, became a symbol of divine protection, a reminder that the path of righteousness would always prevail over self-serving desires. The complexity of mercy and wrath danced in that encounter, leaving a lingering question. What price does one pay when they ignore divine warnings? As the tales resonated across time, the figure of the angel grew, weaving through the fabric of Israel's history. They were not distant beings but intimate participants in the human story. They grieved with the mourners, celebrated with the joyous, and intervened at critical junctures. Each encounter was a brush with the divine, a reminder that the boundaries between heaven and earth were thin, like mist in the early morning light. In moments of despair, when the Israelites faced overwhelming odds, be it the fierce Philistines or the looming Babylonian Empire, angels became symbols of hope. They rallied the spirits of the faithful, reminding them of the covenant, a steadfast promise that they were never forsaken. The stories told around flickering fires at night, filled with awe and reverence, ignited a flame of resilience in the hearts of a weary people. They could feel the warmth of those unseen wings, a protective shield against the darkness that threatened to consume them. As the final chapters of the Old Testament began to unfold, the role of angels took on a new dimension, intricately tied to the hope of a coming Messiah. They became harbingers of joy, announcing the birth of a Savior, echoing promises made in the days of old. The people could sense the anticipation in the air, the angels whispering secrets of redemption, threads of the past weaving into the fabric of the future. In that pregnant silence, the lines between earth and heaven blurred, the stories of angels lingering like a sacred song, enchanting the hearts of all who believed. The legacy of these celestial beings would remain etched in the hearts of generations, a guiding light through the shadows of uncertainty, forever echoing their purpose: to serve, protect, and deliver the divine message of love and hope. A whisper brushed through the ancient scrolls, a sound that could send shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows danced across the walls of a small, dusty room filled with parchment and ink. The air was thick with the weight of untold stories, and among them, the celestial beings known as angels hovered ever so slightly, a presence felt but rarely seen. They were not mere messengers, but powerful figures entwined in the fabric of early Jewish belief, serving both as guardians and guides through the tumultuous journey of life. In the Book of Enoch, one of the most captivating texts to emerge from antiquity, angels are portrayed in striking detail. Here, they are described as the Watchers, beings sent to oversee humanity. Their names echo through the ages: Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel. Each had a purpose, a mission that transcended the earthly realm. Uriel, the fiery one, illuminated the darkness with divine wisdom. Raphael tended to the wounded souls, offering healing and respite. Gabriel, with the strength of a lion, delivered messages that could shake the very foundations of belief. The written word captured their essence, hinting at the profound relationship between the divine and the mortal. The stories told of angels were often filled with tension. The moment a soul faced their reckoning, the split second when fate hung in the balance, an angel would appear, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, and the air would crackle with anticipation. Consider the tale of Abraham, who stood resolute before the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the weight of his plea for mercy hung in the air. Suddenly, the presence of angels, swift and powerful, made the ground tremble beneath him. They were not there to comfort. They were there to execute a command that would change the course of history. The very thought of their arrival brought goosebumps, a chill that spoke to the fragility of hope against the backdrop of divine will. Then, there was the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, when the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies, a place so sacred that only the purest could tread. There, he would make atonement for the sins of the people, invoking the name of the angels. Each invocation resonated like thunder, sending ripples through the congregation. The people, gathered in anxious anticipation, knew that the angels were there, listening, judging, and perhaps even interceding. The tension in the air was palpable, a mixture of dread and hope. Would their sins be forgiven? Would the angels carry their prayers to the Almighty? In the shadows of these profound moments, angels were portrayed as both protectors and enforcers. In the book of Exodus, the angel of death passed over the homes of the faithful marked with blood. An eerie silence fell over the land, for the people understood the gravity of their situation. Those who had followed the commandments, those who had placed their trust in the divine, were shielded from destruction. The angel was both a harbinger of death and a guardian of life. This duality stirred deep emotions, igniting a fire of fear and reverence within the hearts of believers, who knew that at any moment, their fate could shift with the flap of angelic wings. Stories of angels in early Jewish literature also painted them as companions in the dark moments of despair. Jacob, fleeing from his brother Esau, encountered a host of angels. As he lay his head upon a stone, the heavens opened, and he saw them ascending and descending, a connection between earth and the divine. This moment was more than a vision. It was a promise of protection and guidance. The angels were not just messengers. They were friends in times of trouble, illuminating the path when shadows loomed large. Jacob's heart raced as he understood he was never truly alone. The presence of the angels wrapped around him like a warm embrace. The fear ebbed, replaced by an unshakable belief in a purpose greater than himself. The role of angels shifted and morphed in the minds of the faithful. They were beings of light, yet they also wielded tremendous power. They could be fierce warriors in battles against evil, as seen in the accounts of the Assyrian army, where an angel struck down 185,000 men in a single night. This display of might inspired both fear and awe, reminding the people of the consequences of straying from the path of righteousness. They were inherently tied to the cosmic struggle between good and evil, a theme that resonated deeply with the heart of humanity. In the midst of these fantastic tales, the emotional fabric of early Jewish literature wove a tapestry of human experience. The angels were not distant beings. They were infused with the same fears, hopes, and dreams that pulsed through the hearts of those who called out for help. When the people cried out in anguish, it was believed that angels would gather their tears, collecting them as precious offerings before God. This intimate connection fueled their faith, as they understood that the divine listened through the agency of angels. As the sun set over Jerusalem, the sky painted brilliant hues of orange and purple. It was easy to imagine that the angels were watching over the city, their forms barely visible in the twilight. The faithful gathered, reciting prayers filled with longing and gratitude, invoking the names of their celestial guardians. Each word echoed through the alleys, rising into the heavens, carrying with it the collective hopes of a nation, a people yearning for protection, for guidance, for a sign that they were not alone in the vast universe. And then, what of the angels who fell? The legends of those who chose rebellion, like Azazel, were woven into the very fabric of belief. Their tales served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the fine line between loyalty and defiance. It was said that these fallen beings wandered the earth, plotting and scheming, their presence a haunting reminder of what happens when one turns away from the light. They were the shadows that danced just outside the flicker of faith, a chilling specter that ensured the faithful remained vigilant. The ink had barely dried on the scrolls of history when the stories of angels continued to evolve, thrusting humanity into a realm where the divine and the mortal intertwined. As dusk turned to night, and the stars began to dot the sky like shimmering jewels, the tales of the angels persisted, ever morphing, beckoning ever deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead. The faithful, with hearts pounding and breath held, leaned closer to the tales, knowing that each story was but a thread in a larger tapestry waiting to be unfurled. The anticipation hummed in the air, a palpable energy poised on the brink of revelation. In a dimly lit room, the flicker of oil lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating scrolls filled with ancient wisdom. A young scholar, feverish with excitement, leaned over a fragile parchment, tracing the delicate letters with trembling fingers. His heart raced as he read aloud the words that spoke of beings not of this earth. Angels, messengers of God, guardians of the divine order. Whispers of their power and presence filled the air, igniting a passion that would forge a new understanding of the spiritual world. During the Second Temple period, a time thick with religious fervor and political turmoil, the notion of angels transformed into something rich and complex. These beings, once simple messengers of God, began to take on new roles and identities, evolving into celestial figures that captivated the hearts and minds of the people. The shadows of the temple loomed large, and within its sacred space, the faithful sought answers. Who were these angels? What power did they wield? And how did they intertwine with the fate of humanity? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air crackled with excitement. Communities gathered around fires, recounting tales of angelic encounters, their voices rising with awe. Stories filled with angels wielding flaming swords, guiding lost souls, and carrying messages that could alter the course of history. In these moments, fear mingled with hope, and the line between the earthly and the divine blurred. The angels were no longer distant figures. They were companions on the journey of life, protectors in times of trouble, and harbingers of both judgment and grace. In the streets of Jerusalem, debates erupted. Rabbi after rabbi exchanged fervent arguments about the nature of these celestial beings. Were they merely servants of God, or did they possess free will? Were they bound by divine law, or could they act independently? The stakes were high. Every belief shaped the understanding of the universe, and every question opened a doorway to new revelations. As students pored over texts like the Book of Enoch, the stories of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth, took human wives, and bore children, served as both a warning and a source of fascination. The notion that these divine beings could interact with humanity stirred something primal within them. In the shadows of the temple, an elderly priest named Eliav stood, clutching a scroll containing the sacred names of angels. With each passing day, he felt the weight of tradition pressing down on him, but he also sensed a shift in the air. The people craved deeper connections, a more intimate understanding of the divine. Eliav could feel the pulse of their longing, and he too yearned for answers. As he chanted the names, the sound resonated like thunder, echoing through the ages, summoning the faintest flicker of angelic presence. The air grew thick with emotion. It felt as if the heavens themselves were listening, on the cusp of revealing profound truths. Amidst the fervor, the writings of the time took on a life of their own. The Testament of Abraham portrayed angels as guides, leading the patriarch through trials, while the Talmud introduced heavenly hosts that clamored for humanity's attention. Each text threaded together the lives of mortals and angels, blurring the lines between the sacred and the mundane. The community felt their presence in every ritual, every prayer, every moment of need. They were not just stories. They had become lifelines. Yet, within this burgeoning angelology lay an undercurrent of fear, a sense that the angels, in their divine brilliance, could just as easily bring about destruction as they could deliver comfort. The Book of Watchers painted a vivid picture of their authority, warning that their existence was intertwined with the heavy burden of humanity's choices. Every act of kindness could summon a guardian angel, but every sin beckoned judgment. Eliav sensed the tension as he witnessed the people wrestle with their faith, the balancing act between reverence and dread. As the shadows lengthened and the sky turned a deep indigo, visions of celestial hosts filled the dreams of the faithful. They saw angels, radiant and fierce, standing on the precipice of heaven, calling down blessings and judgments alike. The imagery was vivid. Wings outstretched, eyes aflame, they conveyed messages of hope, love, and impending reckoning. The people awoke with a sense of purpose, invigorated by the notion that their lives were woven into a grand tapestry involving both divine and human forces. But the thirst for knowledge could not be quenched. The scholars began to scratch the surface of angelology, leading them into uncharted territory. They asked, what is the role of angels in our lives? What do they reveal about the divine nature? Their inquiries sparked a hunger for deeper insights. The ethereal figures transformed into something more than mere messengers. They became symbols of the interconnectedness of all creation, a bridge between the infinite and the finite. Then, the night of the Festival of Lights arrived, and the city burst into a celebration of light and joy. But as the flames flickered, a sense of foreboding crept in. Iliev watched as the people, filled with reverence, lit candles and offered prayers, but he also felt their uncertainty. The angels they revered had grown from simple guardians to complex beings, embodying both light and dark. As the festival reached its peak, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, the kind that sends shivers down the spine. A figure, cloaked in brilliant light, appeared at the entrance of the temple. Iliev's heart raced. The angel, a manifestation of their collective hopes and fears, stood poised between the sacred and the earthly, a living testament to the evolving understanding of the divine. Whispers rippled through the assembled throng. The air thickened with expectation, an electric charge that demanded attention. Time stood still as the angel raised a hand, and the crowd held its breath. Was this a sign of divine favor, or a warning of something darker? As the angel prepared to speak, the questions that had lingered in the hearts of the faithful hung heavy in the air. What did the future hold for angels and humanity alike? Would the bond that had blossomed between them give rise to a new understanding of faith, or would it fracture under the weight of expectation? And in that moment, just as the angel's voice began to break through the silence, the world seemed to hold its breath. The narrative shifted, the tension coiled, and the story of angelology was far from over. The stage was set, the celestial drama unfolded, and the audience, enthralled, awaited the next chapter in their unfolding destiny, where every question held the promise of revelation and every heart beat in time with the divine. In the dimly lit catacombs beneath the bustling streets of ancient Rome, a flickering candle cast shadows on the rough stone walls, illuminating the anxious faces of the faithful huddled together. Their whispers danced like the flames, reaching up to the heavens, where the unseen forces of celestial beings loomed large in their minds. Each flicker of light seemed to invite the presence of angels, guardians, and heavenly hosts, those ethereal entities that the early Christians believed watched over them, guiding their steps and shielding them from the encroaching darkness of persecution. The stories of these heavenly beings were woven into the very fabric of their faith, a tapestry rich with vibrant imagery and profound emotion. They spoke of angels descending from the skies, their wings shimmering like silver in the moonlight, bringing messages of hope in times of despair. The fear gripping their hearts melted away as they shared tales of encounters with these divine emissaries, who bore news of salvation and a reminder of the eternal life that awaited them beyond the trials of the mortal world. One could almost hear the echo of the angelic choir, harmonizing beautifully in the souls of those present, pulling at their heartstrings. Gabriel, the messenger, with a voice that resonated like thunder, brought tidings of joy to Mary, while Michael, the warrior, stood guard against the forces of evil. The early Christians saw these celestial beings not as distant, cold figures, but as intimate friends and protectors. Each story they shared was a lifeline, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As the candles flickered, their light dimming and brightening with each passing moment, the faithful's minds wandered to the book of Revelation, where John described visions of heavenly hosts ready for battle. The imagery struck them deeply, the battle between light and darkness, good and evil. They felt the urgency of the times, the weight of their own struggles mirrored by the cosmic war playing out in the heavens. It was a source of both fear and fierce determination. They wondered if one day they, too, would stand among those shining figures, angelic and glorious, fighting for the very soul of humanity. The early Christians longed for connection with these heavenly hosts, believing that through prayer and faith, they could tap into the divine power that these celestial beings wielded. Each prayer uttered was a thread pulled taut toward heaven, anxiously awaiting a response from above. They were comforted by the notion that angels bore witness to their lives, shaping their destinies with every whispered hope and every cry of despair. But even as they found solace in these beliefs, there was an undercurrent of fear of the unseen battles being fought on their behalf. They understood that every angelic visitation came with a reminder of the devil and his minions lurking in the shadows. The early Christians often spoke of spiritual warfare, a constant tug-of-war between their faith and the darkness seeking to ensnare them. It was this tension, palpable in the air, that ignited their fervent worship and passionate prayers. One evening, as rain pattered softly outside, a young woman named Lydia shared her vision of an angelic being that had appeared to her in a dream. Her voice trembled with emotion as she recounted the details. The angel had wings that sparkled with every color of the spectrum, and eyes like pools of wisdom, filled with compassion. In her dream, the angel had reached out a hand to her, offering not only comfort but a mission. It was a call to spread the word of Christ, to bring hope to others who, like her, sought light among the shadows. The weight of her words hung in the air, igniting a fervor among the gathered. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts beating in sync with her passion. "Do not be afraid," she had said the angel had told her, "for I am with you always." In that moment, the room was filled with an electric energy, a blend of fear, awe, and inspiration. The faithful began to speak of their own encounters, each tale more extraordinary than the last, creating an atmosphere thick with divine presence. As they exchanged stories, the tension of the outside world began to fade, replaced by the warmth of their shared faith. It was as if the heavenly hosts themselves were among them, encouraging their resolve. They knew the weight of persecution, the threats that loomed like dark clouds, but within the sanctuary of their gathering, they felt the wings of angels wrapping around them in a protective embrace. The early Christians believed that these heavenly beings not only watched over them but also interceded on their behalf, carrying their prayers straight to the throne of God. With each recounting, their voices rose in unison, echoing their fervent belief that they were part of a larger cosmic narrative. The visions of angels and heavenly battles became a source of strength, a wellspring of courage that propelled them forward in their faith, even in the face of relentless adversity. In their hearts, they knew that the fight was not just theirs. It was a divine struggle, one in which they were called to participate. The gathering began to hum with a sense of urgency as they prayed for the strength to endure, the fortitude to stand against the darkness, and the wisdom to recognize the angels in their midst. They felt a stirring. The presence of the heavenly hosts seemed almost tangible, breathing life into their prayers, wrapping them in warmth and hope. Lydia, her voice filled with newfound determination, declared, "Let us remember the words of the Apostle Paul, who spoke of our battle not being against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world." As she spoke, the flickering candlelight danced wildly, as if in agreement, accentuating the fervor of their collective spirit. The air was electric with emotion, and the faithful found strength in the knowledge that they were not merely spectators in this cosmic battle. They were active participants, invoking the help of the heavenly hosts in their quest for righteousness. The early Christians felt an unbreakable bond with these celestial beings, convinced that every prayer, every hymn, every act of faith resonated through the heavens, summoning the heavenly hosts to their aid. As they prayed, the weight of their struggles, the uncertainty of their future, began to lift. Hope swelled in their hearts, forging an unyielding resolve. They were not alone. They were surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses, a legion of angels, ready to fight alongside them. The air shimmered with possibility, the veil between heaven and earth growing thin. As the faithful leaned into their beliefs, grateful for the presence of their celestial allies. And as the gathering continued, and the stories flowed like a river of faith, it became clear. The early Christians were bound together not only by their struggles but also by their unwavering belief in the power of the heavenly hosts, who stood ready to assist them, guiding them through the darkness toward the eternal light that awaited them all. A hush fell over the land of Judea as night cloaked the hills in shadows. The air was thick with anticipation, a tension hanging like the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine. It was into this sacred stillness that figures adorned in radiant light appeared, ethereal beings whose mere presence sent shivers through the soul. Angels, messengers of the divine, were not mere figments of imagination. They were the embodiment of hope and fear, joy and dread, carrying tidings that would change the course of history. From the very first words of the New Testament, angels emerge as pivotal players in a grand cosmic drama. The Gospel of Matthew recounts their appearance to Joseph, casting a spell of wonder over a man burdened with uncertainty. In a dream, an angel appeared, luminous against the inky darkness, urging him to take Mary as his wife. The message was clear yet heavy. "Don't be afraid." Those words echoed through the ages, comforting not only Joseph but countless souls who have faced doubt and fear. As the angel's silhouette flickered in the moonlight, hearts raced, knowing that divine intervention was at hand. Then there was the moment of the Annunciation, when the angel Gabriel approached Mary, a young girl of humble origins. The heavens opened, revealing a celestial being with a voice like a gentle breeze, carrying the weight of eternity. "You will conceive and bear a son," he told her. Those words hung in the air, electrifying and terrifying. Mary, enveloped in awe and trepidation, felt the weight of destiny settle upon her shoulders. The angel's announcement was not just a proclamation. It was an invitation into a divine story, a narrative that would weave through time and space. As the Gospels unfolded, angels continued to emerge at critical junctures, always bearing messages of divine love and judgment. In the wilderness, after Jesus faced temptation, angels came to minister to him, a moment of respite that felt like cool water on parched lips. They were there, unseen yet undeniably present, reinforcing the truth that even the Son of God required assistance and solace. Their presence served as a reminder that no one walks life's path alone, not even the Messiah. The tension swelled as the Passion narrative approached. The weight of sin and sacrifice loomed large, and angels remained at the fringes, their roles evolving from messengers to guardians. In the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus, in his most vulnerable moment, prayed with fervor. The anguish of impending sacrifice hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, an angel appeared, strengthening him amid despair. The very sight ignited a flicker of hope as the struggle for salvation waged within him. As the angel's presence wrapped around him like a cloak, the world felt the tremors of a cosmic battle between light and darkness, a moment that would resonate through eternity. After the crucifixion, the narrative took a dramatic turn. The earth shook, and the sun hid its face as angels descended from heaven to witness the greatest miracle of all. At the tomb, the angel's voice rang out with authority, shattering the silence of despair. "He is not here, he has risen." The joyous proclamation echoed through the hills, igniting flames of hope in the hearts of the bereaved. The very air shimmered with unearthly joy, as if creation itself rejoiced, and the impossible became reality. The angel stood there, a radiant figure of triumph, a harbinger of life where death once reigned. But angels were not simply heralds of joy and celebration. They were reminders of the consequences of choices made. The Book of Revelation paints a vivid picture of angels as warriors in a cosmic battle, wielding swords of fire and justice. They serve as watchers, revealing glimpses of a heavenly realm where divine justice unfolds. The imagery is powerful, evoking a sense of awe and reverence. As they cry out in unison, proclaiming the glory of God, the thundering sound reverberates in the heart like a drum, reminding humanity of the ultimate reckoning. Throughout the New Testament, angels embody the duality of existence. They bring comfort and dread, joy and fear, a reflection of the human experience. They stand as guardians over divine plans, always present but often unnoticed. They are the silent witnesses to the struggles of man and the will of God, reminding all who encounter them that the spiritual realm is intricately woven into the fabric of daily life. The final pages of the New Testament resonate with the echoes of angelic voices, serving as a powerful reminder of hope, even amid chaos. The angelic presence lingers, whispering assurances that the divine story is not complete, that every chapter still holds the promise of redemption and love. The anticipation of future revelations hangs heavy in the air, building a crescendo of emotions that leaves hearts racing. As the narrative winds on, the imagery of angels, wings unfurled, eyes ablaze with divine purpose, calls to the depths of the human spirit. They invite the reader to contemplate their own place within this grand story, where every soul has a purpose and every life has meaning. The scene shifts seamlessly, hinting at the unfolding of new mysteries and divine encounters that await, leaving the reader breathless, yearning for more. A flickering candle casts long shadows on the walls of a dimly lit room, filled with the scent of old parchment and ink. An ancient figure, hunched yet dignified, is immersed in his writing. The quiet whispers of the night carry tales of the divine, stories that have captivated hearts for centuries. As he puts quill to paper, the words flow, revealing the profound mystery of angels, beings that bridge the vast chasm between heaven and earth. Each stroke of his pen transports him closer to understanding these heavenly messengers, who flit like whispers through the pages of Scripture and the stories of men. The Apostolic Fathers, a group of early Christian leaders, grappled with the notion of angels in a world brimming with wonder and uncertainty. Their voices, rich with the fervor of faith, echoed through the catacombs and the corridors of burgeoning churches. They wrote letters and treatises, not just to guide their flocks but to illuminate the very nature of what it means to be touched by the divine. These writings held the promise of revelation. What did these early thinkers believe about angels, and how did they see them shaping the destiny of humankind? Ignatius of Antioch penned heartfelt letters to distant congregations, urging them to remain steadfast in the face of persecution. In his correspondence, he spoke of angels as guardians, protectors watching over the faithful. He painted vivid imagery of celestial beings standing vigil, their wings casting shadows that shielded believers from despair. To Ignatius, angels were not just distant spirits. They were companions in faith, urging the faithful onward with their heavenly presence. The comfort of knowing that unseen forces surrounded them filled the early Christians with a sense of purpose, igniting a flame of hope amid the darkness of uncertainty. Then there was Clement of Rome, whose writings resonated with authority and wisdom. He spoke of angels as an integral part of God's plan, weaving their influence into the very fabric of creation. In his mind, they were not merely messengers but participants in the divine drama, carrying the weight of God's commandments and delivering them to humanity. Clement's descriptions were imbued with reverence, painting angels as luminous beings that reflected the glory of God. It was as if he were inviting readers to gaze upon the celestial realm and feel the warm glow of divine love that emanated from these ethereal spirits. In the shadows of history, the enigmatic figure of Hermes emerged, his work known as the Shepherd. This text, rich with allegory and vivid imagery, depicted angels as guides and instructors, leading souls through the labyrinth of life. Hermes saw them as shepherds, tenderly caring for their flocks, offering wisdom and correction when straying paths threatened to lead the faithful astray. His words resonated with those who felt lost, offering solace in the promise that help was always near, even if invisible. As readers absorbed his teachings, one could almost hear the rustle of angelic wings, a gentle reminder of the divine presence that surrounded them. The writings of Polycarp, a disciple of John, echoed with a sense of urgency and sincerity. He viewed angels as witnesses to human struggles and triumphs, standing at the gates of heaven, ready to carry the prayers of the faithful into the divine realm. Polycarp's martyrdom became a poignant testament to the belief that angels were present in the most harrowing moments of life. His final breaths were taken with the knowledge that celestial beings stood watch, guarding his soul as he confronted the fire of persecution. The anguish of his fate, intertwined with the assurance of angelic protection, filled hearts with a fierce loyalty to faith, even in the face of death. As the Apostolic Fathers wrote, they were also aware of the darker aspects of angelic beings. The concept of fallen angels, those who had rebelled against God, loomed large in their reflections. They understood that not all spirits were benevolent. The early Christian writers warned their readers of the dangers posed by these wayward beings, urging them to remain vigilant in their faith. Tension crackled in the air as they recounted the stories of temptation and despair, reminding believers that while angels offered protection, the shadows also contained threats that sought to lead the faithful astray. Amidst these reflections, the Apostolic Fathers expressed a deep yearning for connection with the divine. Their words became a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary, a way for believers to comprehend the unfathomable. Through their writings, angels emerged not merely as abstract concepts, but as tangible manifestations of God's love and care. The faithful, in their struggles and triumphs, found themselves wrapped in the embrace of a divine narrative that included these celestial beings. As the candle flickers and the ink dries, the echoes of the Apostolic Fathers linger in the air like a haunting melody. Their views on angels were not confined to dusty pages. They breathed life into the very essence of faith, intertwining the human experience with the divine. The emotions of hope, fear, and longing intertwined beautifully, crafting a tapestry that resonated through generations. As the night deepens, the flame of the candle dances more vigorously, illuminating the faces of those who read and contemplate the words that flowed from these ancient scribes. Each phrase, each syllable, is a thread woven into the great narrative of faith, an unending circle of belief that binds humanity to the celestial. Those who grasp their messages feel the warmth of divine presence and the urgency of their task. The angelic watch is constant, the call to faith relentless, and the promise of connection with the divine something that can never be extinguished. And just as the candle burns brighter, the story of angels, shrouded in divine mystery, continues on, a whisper of hope, a call to faith that reverberates through the ages. The flickering candlelight danced upon the walls of ancient cathedrals, illuminating the faces of those who gathered to listen. A whisper of incense filled the air, a bridge between heaven and earth, a reminder of the divine. In the hushed silences, hearts beat with a mixture of trepidation and awe, for they were about to hear the voices of the early church, men who stood on the precipice of faith, wrestling with the mysteries of creation and the celestial beings that hovered just beyond their sight. As the patristic writers took quill to parchment, the angels were not just abstract entities. They became the messengers of God's will, woven into the very fabric of early Christian thought. They were beings of light, sent to guide, protect, and sometimes to challenge humanity. The stories of these luminous figures imbued the teachings of the Church with a vibrant urgency. The air crackled with emotion as the tales unfolded, a dance of faith and fear, of love and judgment. Ignatius of Antioch, a figure forged in the flames of persecution, spoke passionately of angels as guardians of the soul. "Be mindful of the angels," he urged, his words filled with an intensity born from experience. To him, they weren't mere symbols. They were real, tangible forces that encircled the faithful, ever watchful, always present. The congregation listened, their hearts quickening, as they envisioned these ethereal protectors standing at the gates of heaven, ready to receive them or perhaps to guide them home when the time came. The thought sent shivers down their spines, a blend of hope and fear intertwined. In a different corner of the ancient world, Origen of Alexandria wrestled with the nature of these celestial beings. He contemplated their role in the cosmic order, their hierarchy, their relationship with humanity. He saw them not just as messengers but as reflections of God's will, embodying divine attributes. In his eyes, angels painted a picture of harmony in a chaotic world. The early Christians hung onto his every word, their imaginations igniting with the possibilities. To think that these radiant beings, with their wings unfurled, were striving alongside them in their pursuit of holiness. What a powerful notion. Then came the voice of Augustine, the great bishop of Hippo, whose writings would echo through the corridors of time. His thoughts on angels stirred both the intellect and the soul. He spoke of their purity, their unwavering devotion to God, and how these celestial beings could intercede on behalf of humanity. The faithful, listening intently, felt a rush of emotion. The notion that there were beings in the heavens who cared for them, who fought for them in unseen battles, filled them with a profound sense of belonging. How they longed to be enveloped in the kindness of such guardians. Yet, Augustine didn't shy away from the darker aspects of this celestial realm. He warned of the fallen angels, of the struggles between light and darkness. His words were heavy with gravity, reminding them that the same angels sent to guide could also be the ones who led astray. The tension in the air was palpable. This was no fairy tale. It was a reminder of the stakes, a divine drama unfolding with each decision made by hearts striving for salvation. The weight of sin loomed over them, yet the promise of redemption shone ever brighter. The writings of Gregory of Nyssa added another layer to this intricate tapestry. He spoke of angels as companions on the path to God, reflecting the divine in their very essence. This perspective stirred something deep within the hearts of the listeners, igniting a flicker of hope. The thought that they were not alone in their struggles, that celestial beings walked beside them, their wings brushing against the very fabric of their lives, filled them with a warmth that transcended mere belief. They began to understand that angels were conduits of divine grace, each encounter with them a step closer to the divine. But the tension in the room shifted as the writings of John Chrysostom brought forth a sobering reality. He warned of complacency, urging them to live with intention and purpose. "The angels see your every deed," he proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. The faithful shivered, not from fear alone but from a deep-seated desire to rise to the calling set before them. The presence of angels was a double-edged sword. It inspired awe but also demanded accountability. They felt the weight of their actions. Every choice could summon the light or invite the shadows. Emotions swirled through the assembly as they leaned closer, each word a thread weaving their stories together. The angels had become more than just celestial beings. They were reflections of the human condition, representing both the light they sought and the darkness they feared. The air was thick with reverence as the voices of the past mingled with their own longings, echoing through the ages. They hungered for connection, for understanding, for the embrace of grace that angels promised. As the candle flames flickered, the patristic writers laid down their quills, but the echoes of their words lingered in the air. The stories of angels inspired not only reflection but also a call to action. The faithful knew they were part of a larger narrative, a divine orchestration where angels played pivotal roles in their struggles and triumphs, reminding them always to keep their eyes on the divine. With hearts aflame and spirits awakened, they faced their own lives, their own choices, and the angels watching over them. The tension mounted. The air buzzed with anticipation for what was to come next. They could almost hear the rustle of wings, a whisper of hope as they prepared to step into the unknown, ready to embrace the journey that lay ahead, all while the celestial beings continued their eternal vigil. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering in the glow of a single candle. The air buzzed with a vibrancy that hinted at something greater, something profound awaiting revelation. Here, the early morning mist clung to the earth outside, a shroud of mystery draping the world just beyond the thick wooden door. It was within this sacred space that a figure cloaked in simplicity yet radiating wisdom sat, quill in hand. Pseudo-Dionysius, a name whispered through the corridors of time, was ready to unveil the celestial tapestry above, weaving together the intricate threads of the angelic hierarchy. A soft scratch of the quill broke the silence, writing not just words, but echoes of an ancient celestial order. Pseudo-Dionysius pondered deeply, his heart beating with a rhythm that resonated with divine purpose. The hierarchical arrangement of angels, he believed, mirrored the structure of the cosmos itself, reflecting the divine light, illuminating the path for humankind. His thoughts ignited a fire within, a longing to connect the heavens to the earth. As he penned his thoughts, visions of radiant beings filled his mind, each one distinct yet united in their quest to bridge the gap between the human experience and the divine. He began with the seraphim, the highest order, who burned with love and intensity. Their very essence vibrated with the purity of divine love. Their wings shimmering like liquid gold, they hovered around the throne of God, singing praises that resonated through the ages. Pseudo-Dionysius felt the heat of their passion, a flame that could ignite the coldest hearts into fervent devotion. It was said that to gaze upon a seraphim was to be consumed by a fire that cleansed all impurities. How could mere mortals ever ascend to such heights? The question lingered in the air, heavy with yearning. Next came the cherubim, guardians of wisdom and knowledge. Their eyes, a multitude, were said to see all things, past, present, and future. With wings that stretched wide enough to envelop entire realms, they were the protectors of divine mysteries, their understanding so profound that even the wisest of sages trembled in their presence. Pseudo-Dionysius imagined their laughter, a melody that spoke of joys unimagined, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to seek enlightenment. The souls of the faithful, yearning for truth, would find solace in their gaze, a welcome respite from the shadows of ignorance. Then, like a ripple across a still pond, he felt the shift to the next order. The thrones, who, solid and unyielding, embodied divine justice. They were the bearers of God's authority, instilling order in the chaos of the universe. Each throne was a symbol of stability, a rock upon which the world could build its foundations. Pseudo-Dionysius could almost hear their voices, resonating like thunder, declaring the majesty of God's will. It was a fearsome sound, yet it brought with it a sense of safety, a reminder that justice would always prevail. His ink flowed freely, capturing the essence of the dominions, the unseen stewards of the cosmos, who directed the angelic hosts. They were the administrators of heaven's decrees, ensuring that divine order flowed through every aspect of creation. Pseudo-Dionysius envisioned them as mighty rulers with gentle hearts, weaving together the strands of fate with the utmost care. The thought of their tenderness beneath their might stirred something deep within him, a yearning for the same balance in his own life. As he transitioned to the virtues, the soul of creation surged within him. They were the celestial beings who inspired the wonders of nature, mountains, rivers, and stars, all responding to their call. The earth flourished under their guidance, each petal of a flower whispering their praises, each drop of rain a reminder of their loving touch. Pseudo-Dionysius felt a wave of emotion washing over him, a longing to feel connected to that beauty, to be part of something larger, something eternal. Lower still, he encountered the powers, fierce defenders against chaos and darkness. They stood as warriors, poised to battle the forces that sought to disrupt the divine order. Pseudo-Dionysius could almost feel their determination coursing through his veins. In a world rife with uncertainty, their strength was a beacon of hope, a reminder that light would eventually conquer darkness. The principalities, the next tier, came alive in his mind. They were the guardians of nations and territories, overseeing the affairs of humanity. Pseudo-Dionysius imagined their voices like a choir, harmonizing the hopes and dreams of countless lives. With each note, he sensed a community, a collective yearning for peace and harmony. How fragile yet resilient was humanity, he mused, and how desperately they needed the wisdom and guidance of these celestial watchmen. His quill danced on the parchment as he descended further to the archangels, the messengers of God's will. Their very names echoed through history: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, each carrying burdens of hope and deliverance. The thought of their celestial missions stirred a thrill within him. What stories had they witnessed? What souls had they saved? The air crackled with anticipation, the weight of their significance pressing into the room as he envisioned their mighty wings unfolding, carrying messages of grace to the farthest corners of the earth. Finally, he reached the angels, the guardians of individuals, each one a companion, a protector woven into the fabric of personal destinies. Pseudo-Dionysius felt a swell of emotion at this thought, the idea that every single person had a guardian watching over them, ready to guide, console, and inspire. This was not just a hierarchy. It was a lifeline, a testament to the belief that the divine was intimately involved in the lives of every being. As he concluded his thoughts, the candle flickered, casting a warm glow upon his parchment. The chamber felt alive with the energy of countless souls, their stories intertwined within the angelic hierarchy. It was a vivid tapestry, each thread shimmering with the light of understanding and love. Pseudo-Dionysius knew that this was just the beginning of a greater revelation, the foundation of an understanding that would ripple through centuries, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to ponder the celestial realms. His heart raced, sensing that the world outside those stone walls awaited with bated breath. The angelic hierarchy was not simply an abstract concept. It was a living, breathing reality, intertwined with the very essence of humanity's struggle and triumph. And just as the candle flickered one last time, the air hummed with anticipation. The journey of the angelic hierarchy was far from over, ready to unfold in magnificent detail, a story that would stretch across realms, inviting all to witness the divine interplay of light and shadow. The parchment, fresh with ink, awaited the next stroke of genius, a bridge to even greater revelations, whispering promises of wonder yet to come. In a dimly lit chamber, the flickering flames of candles cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, whispering their secrets to anyone willing to listen. Here, in the bustling towns, a storm of thought brewed, fueled by the fervent desire to understand the divine. Scholars with ink-stained fingers and furrowed brows pored over parchment, their voices rising and falling like the tides, filled with passion and desperation. This was the age of scholasticism, a time when faith and reason grappled for dominance, and the very essence of existence hung in the balance. The air was thick with anticipation as the great minds of the era converged. Figures like Thomas Aquinas, cloaked in the weight of the world's questions, sought to harmonize the ancient wisdom of Aristotle with the teachings of Christ. He believed that human reason and divine revelation were not enemies, but allies in the quest for truth. The thrill of understanding ignited his spirit, and in his writings, he wove a tapestry that would endure through the ages. A synthesis of philosophy and theology that sparked both admiration and ire. In the back of the hall, an eager young student, eyes wide with wonder, listened intently. He felt the pulse of knowledge, a living thing, throbbing in time with his heartbeat. Here, in the clash of ideas, he glimpsed the angelic realm, beings of light and purpose, messengers of God whose very existence bridged the gap between heaven and earth. This was no mere academic exercise for him. It was the lifeblood of his soul. As the discussions intensified, voices rose like a symphony, each scholar eager to assert their perspective. A debate broke out over the nature of angels, those celestial beings who danced through the heavens. Were they pure intellect, or did they possess will? The air crackled with tension as minds clashed and converged. Some argued that angels were the embodiment of divine reason, while others posited that they were endowed with free will, capable of choice, a reflection of the very struggles that plagued humanity. Each argument was woven with scripture, philosophy, and the weight of tradition, and the chamber vibrated with the force of their convictions. The young student could hardly contain himself. He imagined the angels soaring through golden skies, wings outstretched, carrying with them the wisdom of the ages. Their presence became palpable, a vivid tapestry of light and love, and he yearned to understand their purpose. Were they simply messengers, or did they have a role in guiding the fate of mankind? The question hung in the air, heavy and electric. Outside the confines of the hall, the world churned with uncertainty. The medieval period was marked by turmoil, wars, plagues, and a longing for answers that often slipped through the fingers of the faithful. Amid this chaos, the scholars sought solace in the pursuit of knowledge, wielding their quills like swords against ignorance. The universities emerged as beacons of hope, and students flocked to their doors, eager to drink from the well of wisdom. Yet, with every insight gained, the shadows darkened, and the walls of doctrine thickened around them. As night fell, the flickering candles cast long shadows, and a certain stillness enveloped the room. The discussions quieted, and the scholars turned their attention inward, contemplating the mysteries that lay beyond their reach. In this reflective stillness, the student felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with the weight of uncertainty. The very questions that inspired him also haunted him, Where did divine knowledge end and human understanding begin? What if the answers they sought were forever shrouded in mystery? Then, a figure stepped forward, an elder scholar, eyes glimmering with the wisdom of decades. He raised a hand, and silence fell like a soft blanket over the gathering. Angels, he intoned, voice steady and resonant, are the guides of our souls. They dwell in realms we cannot fully comprehend, yet their influence is woven into the fabric of our existence. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room, igniting the embers of curiosity in the hearts of the listeners. With every word, the elder spun a tale of the celestial hierarchy, detailing the orders of angels, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, and more, each one a guardian of a specific aspect of creation, each one a reflection of divine love and wisdom. The student felt his heart race, enthralled by the vivid images painted before him. He could almost see the seraphim, radiant beings of fire, their very essence ablaze with love for God. It was a truth that brought tears to his eyes, filling him with a profound sense of belonging. Yet, beneath the surface of this awe, shadows loomed. The battle of minds that raged within the scholarly circles often spilled into the streets. Heresies were whispered, and the fear of persecution hung like a specter over the hearts of those who dared to question. The student looked around the room, noting the furrowed brows and clenched fists. They were not just scholars. They were warriors in a battle for their souls and the souls of the world. As the elder's voice faded into the night, a pregnant silence enveloped the room. The flickering candles struggled against the encroaching darkness, their warmth a fragile testament to the light of knowledge. The students exchanged glances, an unspoken agreement formed among them, a pact to seek, to question, to challenge the very foundations of their beliefs. The weight of the world rested on their shoulders, and yet, the thrill of exploration ignited their spirits. Outside, the night stretched endlessly, a canvas of stars waiting to be interpreted. The student stepped into the cool air, the chill a jolt to his senses. He felt a stirring within, a restless urge to chase the truth. The whispers of angels echoed in his heart, urging him onward, deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead. In this era of tumult, he grasped the flame of knowledge, ready to kindle it into a beacon that would illuminate the path for generations to come. And so, as shadows danced among the stars, the quest for understanding continued, a thread woven through time, binding the past with the future. A relentless pursuit of truth that would never truly end. The echoes of angels lingered, guiding their thoughts, as they ventured forth into the unknown, ever seeking the divine in the whispers of the world around them. In the stillness of the night, when the world draped itself in a silent canvas of darkness, a soft whisper broke through, an ethereal call, gentle yet powerful. The air shimmered with an unseen presence, one that sparked a feeling of awe and reverence. This was not just a figment of the imagination, but a reality that echoed throughout the history of Islamic theology. The existence of angels, majestic beings crafted from light, entrusted with the care of humanity and the universe. For centuries, believers have regarded angels as messengers of the divine, sent by Allah to guide, protect, and record the deeds of humankind. The Quran speaks of these celestial companions in a voice that resonates with unwavering certainty. In simple yet profound verses, it describes their creation and purpose, igniting an emotional fire that dances in the hearts of those who read them. With each revelation, the image of these luminous beings becomes clearer, their roles unfolding like petals of a sacred flower. The angel Jibril, known as Gabriel, stands tall among them, a figure cloaked in light, revered for delivering the words of Allah to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Picture him, descending from the heavens, his wings spanning wide, casting shadows that seem to hold the weight of eternity. The moment he appeared to the Prophet in the cave of Hira was electric. The air crackled with the divine message, the first words of the Quran spilling forth like a cascade of stars into a darkened sky. Read. It was a command that would alter the course of history, igniting a spiritual revolution that reverberates to this day. Tremors of excitement ripple through the hearts of those who ponder the sheer magnitude of this event. Jibril's role as a messenger is not merely a task. It is a bridge connecting the earthly realm to the divine. The Quran elegantly unfolds this relationship, illustrating how angels are not just passive observers but active participants in the unfolding of God's plan. They bring solace in times of despair, guarding and guiding believers as they navigate the turbulent waters of life. Another angel, Michael, the angel of sustenance, gracefully sweeps across the tapestry of existence, ensuring that life flourishes. He brings forth rain, nurturing the earth, reminding us of the delicate balance maintained by divine hands. In every drop of rain, every blossom of a flower, his presence is felt, a silent protector of both the physical and spiritual nourishment that sustains humanity. But the angels are not simply bearers of good news. They also hold the scales of justice. They record our actions, the good and the bad, with an unwavering gaze. The concept of angels, known as the Kiraman Katibin, those who write down every deed, strikes a chord deep within the soul. Picture them poised with celestial quills, capturing the essence of each life lived. Every whispered prayer, every act of kindness, every moment of despair is etched into the pages of eternity. It carries with it a profound sense of responsibility, reminding believers that their actions ripple through the cosmos, touching the fabric of fate itself. In the Hadith, the words of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, breathe life into the understanding of angels, painting a vivid picture of their natures and roles. He spoke of them with reverence, telling tales of their relentless devotion to Allah and their unwavering commitment to humanity. They are described as beings of immense beauty and strength, yet incredibly humble. They do not seek recognition. Instead, their joy lies in serving the divine will. One of the most poignant moments in the Hadith speaks of the angels of mercy, who descend upon gatherings of remembrance, enveloping those present in a cloak of tranquility. Imagine the warmth of their wings wrapping around believers, lifting their spirits and filling the air with hope. This connection transcends the mundane, inviting individuals to feel not just the presence of angels, but a tangible love that fuels their faith. The stories of angels do not stop at their divine duties. There is a deeper, more intimate layer that humanizes these celestial beings. When the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, faced trials and tribulations, he felt the comforting touch of the angels, rallying to offer support and solace. Their presence during moments of despair showcases a profound bond between the divine and the human experience, bridging the gap between heaven and earth. The Quran's verses echo with the truth of their existence, reverberating through the ages. Each person has angels before them and behind, watching over them by Allah's command. This line fills the heart with a sense of protection, a reminder that no one walks alone in the tapestry of life. Each breath taken is safeguarded by unseen forces, a reassurance that we are cradled in the arms of the divine. As the pages of history turn, the angels continue to play their vital roles, not just as messengers but as guardians and companions. They are ever present in the hearts of believers, acting as guides in moments of doubt, offering encouragement when the path seems obscured. The intertwining of human lives with these celestial beings creates a rich narrative, one that intertwines faith with the very essence of existence. The angelic realm is not confined to the stories of the past. It pulses with life even today. The faithful gather in prayer, seeking guidance, and in those moments of connection, the whisper of angelic presence can still be felt. They hover nearby, filling the air with a sense of peace and assurance, waiting for the sincere heart to call upon them. In the depths of the night, when the world sleeps and dreams weave stories unknown, the angels stand watch. They are the silent sentinels, witnesses to every struggle, every triumph, every moment of grace. Their existence is woven into the very fabric of Islamic theology, a tapestry of belief that binds the earthly with the heavenly, the seen with the unseen. As the heart races at the thought of their presence, the story of angels continues to unfold, a journey without an end, a promise of connection that transcends time and space. They are not just figures from ancient texts. They are companions of the soul, forever intertwined with the essence of faith, guiding the wayward, comforting the lost, and illuminating the path towards a greater understanding of the divine. The tale of angels in Islamic theology is a living testament to the bond between humanity and the celestial, a bond that will forever resonate with the beats of countless hearts. In the stillness of a moonlit night, a lone figure sat cross-legged on a worn mat, his heart beating in sync with the subtle whispers of the universe. The air was thick with an electric energy, a sensation that danced across his skin like the fluttering wings of unseen creatures. In that moment, he sensed them, angels, ethereal beings woven into the very fabric of existence, watching, waiting, and guiding. They were not just symbols of divine power. They were the breath of the mystical, the unseen companions of every Sufi seeking truth. The name of Rumi, the great mystic poet, echoed softly through the ages as the figure recalled the words that flowed from his pen with the grace of 1,000 stars. Rumi spoke of angels as the messengers of love, bringing tidings of hope and wisdom to those yearning for a connection with the divine. In Sufism, these celestial beings were not merely distant entities. They were intimate companions on the spiritual path, illuminating the darkness of the soul with their radiant light. As the figure's thoughts wandered, he recalled tales of the great Sufi masters who had experienced encounters with these divine beings. The stories were rich with emotion, each one a testament to the profound bond between humanity and the heavenly. One such master, Al-Ghazali, a towering figure in Islamic philosophy, wrote eloquently about the angelic presence in the life of every seeker. He believed angels were the intermediaries between God and his creation, guiding the hearts of the faithful toward enlightenment. With every stroke of his pen, Al-Ghazali painted vivid images of angels descending from the heavens, their wings shimmering like silver threads, weaving through the tapestry of life. As the figure sat in contemplation, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He remembered the whispers of the great Ibn Arabi, known as the greatest Sufi philosopher. His writings flowed like a river, merging the tangible with the transcendent. Ibn Arabi described angels as manifestations of divine attributes, each one a reflection of mercy, wisdom, or justice. These celestial beings danced through the realms, bringing clarity to the confused heart and solace to the troubled soul. They were the guardians of the secrets of creation, and their presence was a reminder that the divine was never far from those who sought it. The figure's breath hitched as he recalled moments when he felt the presence of an angel near him. It was a warmth that enveloped him, an inexplicable peace that washed over his worries and fears. He could almost hear the soft rustle of wings, a gentle reminder that he was never truly alone. Sufis often spoke of these encounters, not as rarefied experiences reserved for the elite, but as accessible moments available to all who opened their hearts. Suddenly, the night was interrupted by a gust of wind that rustled the leaves above, sending a cascade of shadows dancing across the ground. It felt as if the angels themselves were stirring, breathing life into the stories of old. The figure felt a rush of excitement, his heart pounding with the thrill of the unseen. In the Sufi tradition, angels were said to inspire creativity and ignite passion in the hearts of poets, musicians, and artists. They whispered secrets in the ears of those who listened, urging them to express the divine love that flowed through all creation. He could almost hear Rumi's ecstatic verses, bursting forth like a fountain of light, each word infused with the energy of angelic presence. In the quiet moments that followed, the figure found himself reflecting on the roles angels played in the lives of those who sought knowledge. They were not just messengers but protectors and healers. Many Sufi masters spoke of the angelic realm as a sanctuary, a place of refuge for the weary traveler seeking understanding and peace. It was said that during times of despair, angels would wrap their wings around those in need, guiding them back to the light. As he sat there, a flood of emotions washed over him: fear, hope, love. He felt the weight of history pressing around him, stories from centuries past merging with the present. The mystical teachings of Sufism had endured the test of time, weaving a rich tapestry of belief and experience. Each thread told of countless souls who had reached out into the darkness, only to find the soft glow of angelic light beckoning them forward. He envisioned the countless seekers who had come before him, their hearts aflame with longing, searching for connection, comfort, and understanding. In the flickering of a candle flame nearby, he saw the silhouette of an angel, a symbol of divine guidance that had stood watch over humanity since time immemorial. The whispers of the past echoed in his mind, stories of longing and revelation, of hearts ignited by the touch of the divine. This connection between the earthly and the celestial transcended time, a bridge built on faith and love, guiding those who dared to seek beyond the veil. The night deepened, and the figure felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing against his heart. Each tale was a spark, waiting to ignite a flame of understanding, a reminder of the angels who watched over every moment, every breath. He could hear the heartbeat of the universe in the silence surrounding him, a rhythmic pulse that resonated deep within his soul. The air shimmered with possibility, and he understood that the role of angels in Sufism was not just to observe but to participate in the dance of creation itself. As the moon cast its silvery glow upon the earth, illuminating the hidden corners of the night, the figure felt an overwhelming sense of connection. He sensed that each moment spent in communion with the angels was a step closer to the divine, a beckoning toward a love that knew no boundaries. The stories of the past intertwined with the present, creating a rich tapestry of faith, hope, and the promise of enlightenment. With every breath, he drew in the whispers of the angels, their guidance infusing his soul with purpose and clarity. In the stillness, he felt the pull of something greater, the thread of destiny weaving through the fabric of existence. The presence of angels was not merely a fleeting thought. It was a constant reminder of the divine love that enveloped humanity. They were the unseen forces that ignited the flames of passion, creativity, and devotion, urging seekers onward in their quest for truth. The figure's heart surged with the knowledge that this journey would never end. It was an eternal dance between the earthly and the divine, a symphony of love that echoed through the ages. In the hushed corners of dimly lit chapels, where the scent of incense hung thick like a heavy tapestry, a quiet revolution stirred. The air trembled with a promise, the kind that ignites the spirit and awakens the soul. Here, among gilded altars and softly flickering candles, the brush of a master artist against canvas had the power to evoke the divine. It was a time when angels, those ethereal beings of light, once more flared into the hearts and minds of humanity, beckoning with wings of gold and voices like soft winds. In Florence, the epicenter of this Renaissance revival, young artists were discovering the allure of the celestial. They stood before their canvases, eyes wide with wonder, as shadows transformed into light under their skilled hands. The divine was no longer an abstract concept confined to prayers and scripture, but a vibrant reality pulsating with life. There was a spark of something holy in the air, electrifying and intoxicating. The great masters painted angels with such passion that their wings seemed ready to lift off the canvas and carry the spirit of the viewer into the heavens. One could almost hear the whispering of angels as they fluttered through the bustling streets, gliding between merchants and scholars, their presence tangible in the laughter of children and the chatter of artists debating the nature of beauty. The vibrant colors of the frescoes painted stories more powerful than words. They captured the very essence of hope and faith. Among them, the works of Botticelli stood as a testament to this rebirth, where celestial beings danced in harmony, their faces radiant with joy and serenity. Yet, this was not merely a revival of art. It was a rekindling of spirituality. The fascination with angels resonated deeply in a time when humanity was searching for meaning amidst upheaval. The Black Death had swept through Europe like a torrential storm, leaving devastation in its wake. In this chaos, the divine offered solace. People turned their eyes upward, longing for connection with something greater. Angels became the messengers of hope, their wings a bridge between the earthly and the heavenly. As the sun rose over the Duomo, casting its golden rays upon the dome, the city awakened to the promise of divine inspiration. Artists and thinkers gathered, their hearts beating in unison with the pulse of creation. In the workshops, whispers of angelic visions filled the air, borne on the lips of those who had glimpsed the sacred. The young Michelangelo, his heart ablaze with passion, began to carve marble into forms that seemed to breathe. Each chisel strike was not just an act of artistry. It was a prayer, a longing to touch the divine. In the towering halls of the Medici Palace, discussions echoed through grand chambers. Here, the powerful family patronized artists, their wealth fueling a cultural renaissance. They understood that angels were not mere decorations. They were symbols of power, grace, and protection. The Medici knew that by commissioning works of art featuring these heavenly beings, they placed themselves under the divine gaze. They sought to immortalize their legacy, intertwining their names with the celestial, ensuring their place in history would shine as brightly as the angels they adored. But the fascination with angels wasn't limited to the wealthy or the learned. It seeped into every layer of society. In the marketplaces, stories of angelic encounters spread like wildfire. Common folk, too, yearned for a glimpse of the divine. They spoke of dreams where angels appeared, guiding them through moments of despair. These tales wove a tapestry of faith, binding communities together in hope. The Renaissance saw angels not just as heavenly beings, but as companions on life's journey, guardians in times of trouble. As the brush stroked across the canvas, a sense of urgency filled the air. Artists began to experiment with perspectives, their visions more vivid than ever before. The angelic forms stretched and reached, their bodies twisting in elegant poses that suggested movement and emotion. The works of Raphael burst forth with color and warmth, depicting angels not as distant figures but as intimate friends, sharing laughter and joy with humanity. Each painting was a conversation, a heartfelt exchange between heaven and earth. And in the silence of these moments, there was a tension that crackled, a palpable energy that spoke of something more. Shadows danced behind the radiant figures, hinting at the struggles and trials faced by those who walked the line between faith and doubt. Artists poured their own fears and hopes into their work, capturing the essence of the human experience. The angelic figures became mirrors, reflecting the internal battles fought in the hearts of those who beheld them. Across the lands, the revival of interest in angels was a movement that transcended borders. In Spain, the great El Greco infused his works with mysticism, where elongated figures soared above the earthly realm, their beauty hauntingly profound. In the north, artists like Jan van Eyck breathed life into oil paintings, creating scenes where angels guided the faithful through their earthly trials. Yet, while artists painted their visions, a deeper question simmered beneath the surface. Where did these angels come from? As artists gathered in cafes, their cups steaming, debates ignited about the nature of these celestial beings. Were they guardians sent from above or simply manifestations of hope that lived within the human spirit? The air thickened with the weight of spiritual longing, an unquenchable thirst for connection. One night, under a velvet sky littered with stars, the streets of Florence thrummed with excitement. The annual festival honoring Saint Michael drew crowds from every corner. Dancers dressed as angels twirled in the flickering torchlight, their laughter ringing through the air. The people celebrated not just their faith but the artistry that had rekindled their spirit. It was a moment where the divine felt close enough to touch, where angels felt like friends who danced beside them. As the festival reached its climax, the sky erupted with fire. Fireworks painted the heavens in bursts of color, illuminating the faces of those gathered below. In that radiant moment, the line between the divine and the earthly blurred, creating a tapestry woven from hope, fear, and joy. The audience gasped, their hearts racing, as if the angels themselves had descended, momentarily gracing them with their presence. But this was just the beginning. As the echoes of celebration faded, a new chapter of exploration awaited. The Renaissance had ignited a spark, awakening not only a fascination with angels, but an insatiable desire to understand the very nature of existence. Questions thrummed like a heartbeat in the minds of thinkers and artists alike. What lay beyond the veil? What secrets did the heavens hold? The fervor to seek answers would plunge them into realms uncharted, where the divine and the unknown intertwined, leading to revelations that would forever change the course of history. In the flickering light of a candlelit chapel, a young artist stands before a blank canvas, heart racing, breath caught in his throat. The air is thick with the scent of oil paint and the echoes of whispered prayers. As he begins to sketch, visions flood his mind. Ethereal beings with wings, radiant and divine, drifting gracefully between heaven and earth. Angels, messengers of God, guardians of souls, are about to take form, not just on his canvas, but in the very fabric of the Renaissance itself. Each brushstroke becomes a heartbeat, a testament to the reverence and awe these heavenly figures inspire. Artists like Michelangelo and Raphael breathe life into their visions. With divine grace, they render angels not merely as symbols of faith, but as reflections of human emotion, joy, sorrow, longing. Their wings, vast and sweeping, echo the hopes of a society reaching for the sublime, yearning for connection with the celestial. In Raphael's Sistine Madonna, two cherubic angels gaze down, their innocent expressions capturing an eternal moment. Their round faces and fluttering wings become a symbol of pure, untainted joy in a world torn by strife. The viewer feels an almost magnetic pull, an urge to reach out and touch the canvas, to grasp at that fleeting glimpse of heaven. The angels, with their playful yet solemn demeanor, speak silently of humanity's deepest desires, a yearning for peace, safety, and understanding. Their presence feels like a warm embrace, a reminder that divine love watches over the weary hearts of mankind. Across town, in the grand halls of San Lorenzo, Michelangelo's sculptures stand sentinel with an unyielding grace. His Pietà ignites confrontation between the sacred and the human experience. Mary cradles her lifeless son, and yet, in the background, an angel stands. Cloaked in serene beauty, its wings spread wide, it serves as a bridge between the earthly sorrow and heavenly hope. The viewer feels the weight of loss, the pang of grief, yet also senses the promise of comfort. The angel reminds all who gaze upon it that even in the depths of despair, there is light, a glimmer of faith that whispers, "You are not alone." Literature, too, bursts forth under the angelic gaze, weaving tales that stir the soul. The poetry of John Milton captures the essence of the angelic in Paradise Lost. Here, angels are not mere messengers. They are warriors of the spirit, battling the forces of darkness. The vibrant imagery and rich language light a fire in the hearts of readers, igniting a deep-seated passion for the celestial struggle. As the Archangel Michael stands firm against the rebellious forces, readers feel a surge of hope and courage. It is a call to battle, a reminder that light can triumph over shadow, and that the angelic presence in one's life can inspire strength against adversity. In the streets of Florence, where life pulses with energy, merchants and scholars alike speak of angels not only in the context of faith, but in the realm of everyday life. A local poet recites verses to a captivated crowd, intertwining love and longing with the imagery of angels. "Love is the angel that guides us through the storm," he proclaims, and the crowd hangs on every word, enraptured. The thought of angels guiding them, invisible yet ever-present, sends shivers down their spines. It is this connection, this blend of the sacred and the mundane, that defines the art and literature of the Renaissance. Angels are not just distant beings. They are intertwined in the very fabric of human experience. As dusk falls over the city, shadows grow long, and the glow of oil lamps flickers in the distance. A famous playwright pens a new piece, pouring his heart into the page. His characters, infused with the essence of angels, grapple with love and loss, redemption and despair. Each line of dialogue pulses with the tension of mortal struggle against divine influence. As the audience gathers in anticipation, they know they are not merely watching a story unfold. They are being swept into a cosmic dance of fate and free will. The angels hover just out of sight, whispering inspiration into the ears of the playwright, urging the audience to recognize their own battles and victories. This growing obsession with the angelic reaches its pinnacle in the works of the great Venetian painter Titian. His canvases burst with color and emotion, depicting angels as guardians of both heaven and earth. In Assumption of the Virgin, the angels soar above, their faces radiant with joy, carrying the Virgin Mary into the embrace of the divine. Their ethereal beauty and sheer exuberance evoke a sense of awe in the beholder. It is as if they are inviting the viewer to witness a moment of transcendence, a transformation that ignites a fire of longing in the hearts of those who dare to gaze upon it. Everywhere, the spirit of angels weaves through the lives of individuals, from the artist in his studio to the scholar poring over texts, and even to the humble baker kneading dough at dawn. They find solace in the idea that these celestial beings are part of their journey, guiding them in moments of doubt and despair. The Renaissance, with its thirst for knowledge and beauty, becomes a canvas in which angels might dance, flickering between the worlds of the divine and the human. As the night deepens, the stories of angels continue to ripple through the air, uniting hearts and souls across time and space. The walls of churches echo with hymns, while the laughter of children suggests that innocence still reigns, much like the angels who watch over them. In every stroke of a brush, every line of verse, every whispered prayer, the presence of angels becomes a tapestry of emotion, a celebration of life's most profound mysteries. Their wings spread wide, intertwined with humanity's greatest fears and hopes. The canvas of the Renaissance is alive with their essence, beckoning the world to look up and recognize the beauty that exists just beyond the veil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over ancient cathedrals and cobblestone streets, a profound shift was brewing in the air. The whispers of change were almost palpable, weaving through the hearts of men and women alike, filling them with a sense of both dread and hope. The Reformation was more than just a call for reform. It was a spiritual awakening that transformed beliefs about everything, even the celestial beings who watched over them. In the shadowy corners of candlelit chapels, people knelt in earnest prayer, their voices quivering with uncertainty. Angels had long been seen as divine messengers, benevolent protectors sent by God. But now, as the teachings of Martin Luther began to spread like wildfire, the very essence of these heavenly beings was called into question. Were these angels truly the glorious guardians of faith, or mere constructs of human imagination, manipulated by the church to maintain control over the masses? A young woman named Eliza, her hands clasped tightly in prayer, felt the weight of the world pressing down on her chest. "What if the angels are not who we think they are?" she whispered, her heart racing. The air crackled with a tension she could not fully comprehend. Her thoughts raced as she considered the implications of this new theology. The stirring within her was like a storm, both terrifying and exhilarating. High in the mountains of Switzerland, Zwingli preached with fiery passion, his words igniting a revolution among his followers. The notion that angels no longer stood as intermediaries between God and humanity was a radical departure. He painted a picture of a direct relationship with the divine, unmediated by the celestial beings once revered. As his voice rose and fell like the rolling hills outside, his audience sat entranced. For many, the idea that they could communicate directly with God without the need for angelic intervention sent shivers down their spines. "Why do we need angels when we have the Word?" Zwingli posed to the crowd, and a collective gasp rippled through the assembly. Eyes widened, lips parted, and hearts began to race. The room pulsed with the energy of newfound freedom, yet an undercurrent of fear lingered. What would become of their beloved angels? Would they fade into obscurity, leaving the faithful in a void of uncertainty and raw vulnerability? As night fell, the ink of Luther's teachings spilled into the hearts of many, coloring their beliefs with shades of doubt and revelation. The imagery of angels adorned the walls of churches, but now those images began to crack, revealing a more complex truth. The Reformation was a time of reckoning, where faith and reason collided, and the very fabric of spirituality was at stake. In the bustling streets of Wittenberg, a young scholar named Johann found himself lost in thought, grappling with the shifting tide of belief. "What if angels are not our only guides?" he pondered, his brow furrowed with contemplation. He watched as townspeople hurried past him, their faces a mix of hope and confusion. The promise of salvation now felt closer yet more distant than ever, as if the very angels meant to assure them were retreating into the shadows, leaving nothing but echoes of their presence. In quiet corners of the countryside, families gathered around fires, sharing tales passed down through generations. The stories of angelic encounters filled their hearts with warmth. But now, those narratives felt different. The children, wide-eyed and eager for tales of heroism and divine intervention, sensed the shift. Are they still watching over us? They asked, their voices trembling. The elders exchanged worried glances, unsure of how to answer. The tradition of angelic protection was being questioned, and with it, the very comfort it provided. As the Reformation unfolded, men like Calvin emerged, stripping away the layers of mystique surrounding angels. The once glorious beings of light were reduced to mere symbols reflecting the divine order. The once cherished notion of a personalized guardian angel lost its luster. Instead, the focus shifted to a God who was omnipresent and all-knowing, rendering the need for intermediaries unnecessary. Calvin's teachings sent waves of uncertainty rippling through congregations. The connection to the divine felt both liberating and terrifying. The line between heaven and earth blurred. In the background, the church fought back. The Council of Trent, a gathering of powerful ecclesiastical minds, sought to reclaim the narrative. They clung desperately to the image of angels as divine messengers, guardians of the faithful, sent to guide and protect. The battle for belief raged on like a tempest, with both sides seeking to rally the hearts of the people. As the stakes grew higher, so did the emotions of those entangled in the struggle. Eliza, now torn between the old and the new, found herself wandering through a forest one twilight evening. The trees loomed tall and dark, the wind whispering secrets of faith and doubt. She felt as if she were walking on the edge of a knife, teetering between the comforting embrace of tradition and the daring leap into a new understanding. "Where have the angels gone?" she cried into the fading light, her voice echoing off the trees. For a moment, the world stood still. The leaves rustled as if they were answering her, their whispers blending with her heartbeat. In that pregnant silence, she sensed that something was stirring, a shift that would change everything. The angels, once symbols of hope and guidance, were now caught in the crossfire of belief, their roles reinvigorated, redefined, and questioned. As the Reformation unfolded across Europe, the tension continued to build, weaving a rich tapestry of faith, fear, and revelation. The beliefs surrounding angels evolved, shaped by the fervor of the movement. Eliza, Johann, and countless others stood at the crossroads, their emotions raw and palpable, wrestling with the profound implications of what lay ahead. In the dark, starry sky, a single spark flickered, perhaps an angel watching over the turmoil, or perhaps just a distant star burning bright. No one could tell for sure, but one thing was certain. The celestial realm was no longer a distant dream. It was alive, resonating with the hearts of the faithful, caught in a whirlwind of transformation that would echo through the ages. In a dimly lit study, a flickering candle casts shadows that dance along the walls, illuminating the face of a man lost in thought. His brow furrows as he contemplates the universe, the stars above whispering ancient secrets into the night. This is the age of enlightenment, where reason and intellect reign supreme, yet the flicker of faith still holds sway over the hearts of many. The air is thick with the tension of new ideas, as philosophers and scholars grapple with questions that had haunted humanity for millennia. Is reason the ultimate path to truth, or do the celestial beings, the angels, hold keys to understanding beyond mere rational thought? As the candle burns low, the man reaches for a tattered manuscript, its pages yellowed with age. He reads aloud, the words echoing through the stillness, stirring emotions that ripple like the gentle waves of a tranquil lake. These are the thoughts of Descartes, a pillar of rationalism who dared to declare, cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. Yet, despite his unwavering belief in human reason, there is an undeniable longing for the divine, a yearning for the touch of something greater than mere logic. The very concept of angels, ethereal messengers that bridge the earthly and heavenly, fills the room with a strange comfort. Across the town, in another study filled with the scent of ink and parchment, a woman named Mary Wollstonecraft scribbles fervently, her quill scratching against the surface as she contemplates the role of reason in the lives of women. Her heart races with passion as she argues for equality, for the liberation of minds shackled by tradition. Yet beneath her fierce resolve, a thread of vulnerability weaves through her words, as she wonders if angels, in their grace, might offer guidance to those who seek justice. The dichotomy of rationalism and spirituality dances in her mind, and the weight of her convictions propels her forward. But not everyone shares this vision of angels as symbols of hope. In the shadows lurks a figure, a skeptic who sees only folly in the belief of celestial beings. He scoffs at the idea that reason could coexist with faith, declaring that angels are but relics of a bygone era, mere figments of imagination. His voice is a piercing arrow, aiming to pierce the hearts of believers, to drive a wedge between the rational mind and the tender spirit. Yet, behind that facade of cynicism, there lies a flicker of doubt, a haunting question that reverberates within him. What if there is more than what the eyes can see? As the sun sets, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone streets, a gathering of intellectuals convenes in a nearby salon, their voices rising in fervent debate. They are drawn together by the magnetic pull of ideas, each one eager to contribute to the tapestry of thought. The air crackles with energy as tales of angels are interwoven with discussions of reason. Some argue that the rational mind must govern all, while others passionately insist that the human experience transcends logic, that the divine must be felt, not just understood. In one corner, a young man stands, trembling with excitement. He shares a vision of angels as guardians, protectors of the innocent, guiding lost souls through the treacherous waters of life. His words resonate deeply, igniting a fire within the hearts of his listeners. They lean in closer, captivated by the imagery he conjures. A celestial choir, angels with wings of shimmering light, singing songs of hope and redemption. The room is silent, the weight of wonder hanging like a delicate thread, binding them together in a moment of shared belief. Yet, just as hope begins to swell, a veteran philosopher interrupts, his voice a thunderous storm. What of the suffering? What of the pain? He demands, his eyes flashing with intensity. If angels exist, why do they not intervene in the face of such despair? His challenge lingers like smoke in the air, casting a shadow over the budding optimism that had enveloped the room. Doubts creep in, weaving their way into the fabric of the discussion, and the once bright atmosphere dims as they grapple with the harsh realities of existence. Outside, the candle flickers once more, and the stars twinkle with an ancient wisdom. The universe stretches endlessly, a canvas upon which dreams and fears are painted. The man in the study clutches his manuscript tighter, feeling the pulse of history within his hands. He knows that the Enlightenment thinkers stand at a crossroads, where reason and faith collide, each pulling in opposite directions yet somehow still intertwined. Even as the debate rages on, another figure watches from the fringes, a quiet observer who has been touched by both reason and faith. She recalls moments of solace when she felt the brush of angelic wings against her skin, moments that rationality could never fully explain. With every breath, she feels the warmth of hope flickering inside her, a reminder that perhaps the angels are not bound by the confines of human understanding. They are the gentle whispers that call out in the dark, the guiding lights that lead those lost in the fog of uncertainty. As the night deepens, the tension in the salon becomes palpable. Voices rise and fall, ideas clash like thunder in a storm, yet something beautiful simmers beneath. There is a yearning for connection, for understanding, and for a truth that encompasses both the rational mind and the spiritual heart. The discussions take on a life of their own, soaring higher and higher, echoing the very questions that have haunted humanity since the dawn of time. In this moment, on the brink of revelation, the candle sputters and the shadows lengthen. With the last flicker of light, a new thought emerges. What if angels and reason can coexist? What if the divine is not a contradiction to rational thought, but rather a partner, guiding humanity towards deeper understanding? It's a question that lingers in the air, a spark waiting to ignite a fire of new ideas, leading into the unknown path ahead. The flickering light fades, but the conversation continues, spiraling into the vast expanse of possibility, where reason meets faith and angels await. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers, a contrast so striking that it stirred the heart. In a small village, nestled between rolling hills, the sky turned to shades of amber as the sun dipped low, casting an enchanting glow over a group of artists gathered in fervent discussion. Their voices, raw and passionate, intertwined with the crisp evening breeze, spoke of beauty, nature, and the divine. They were captivated by the notion of angels, reimagined not as distant, ethereal beings, but as vibrant symbols of human emotion, struggles, and aspirations. Amidst them stood a young painter, his hands stained with vibrant colors, his eyes sparkling with the fire of inspiration. He dreamed of capturing angels not on a celestial plane, but as guardians of human experience, messengers of love, sorrow, and hope. Each brushstroke would breathe life into their wings, making them resonate with the very essence of humanity. This was the heartbeat of Romanticism, a movement that turned the tables on conventional norms, urging artists and thinkers to embrace the complexity of the human spirit. As they spoke, the world around them transformed. The shadows of dusk deepened, cloaking the landscape in mystery. The artists were unafraid to confront the turbulent emotions that simmered beneath the surface of existence. They pulled from the depths of their souls, creating works that weren't just paintings or poems. They were reflections of their own fears and desires. The angels they envisioned were not simply heavenly beings. They were embodiments of the very essence of life itself. One artist recounted tales of lost love, weaving the figure of an angel into the narrative. This angel was no longer a mere figure of serenity, but a symbol of longing and regret. With each word, the others listened, their hearts echoing the ache of love lost, the sting of betrayal. They began to see angels as messengers of the human condition, guiding them through moments of despair and ecstasy alike. Across the ocean, in a bustling city, another artist wrestled with the same ideas. In the dim light of his studio, he painted furiously, splashing colors with reckless abandon. His angel was fierce and formidable, armed with a sword, wrought from the trials of the human experience. Here was an angel that fought alongside humanity in its darkest hours, a protector forged in the fires of struggle. In the flickering candlelight, each brushstroke unveiled the truth. Angels were not just observers. They were participants in the grand drama of life. The Romantic movement soared on the wings of literature, too. Poets like John Keats and William Blake infused their verses with the same fervor, crafting angels that lived in the crevices of the human heart. Blake, with his visionary imagination, depicted angels as integral to understanding the complexities of goodness and evil. His words danced like wisps of smoke, wrapping around the reader's mind and heart, igniting a passion for the unseen. The idea of the angel evolved into something more profound, a guide through the labyrinth of existence, urging humanity to confront both beauty and pain. Tension filled the air as the artists dared to challenge prevailing beliefs, questioning the very nature of faith itself. They painted not just with colors but with raw emotion, turning their canvases into battlegrounds of hope and despair. Each piece evoked a sense of urgency, urging viewers to look beyond the surface and confront their own demons. A whisper of a storm rolled through the village, and the artists paused, their voices hushed. The rumble of thunder seemed to echo their own tumultuous thoughts. In that moment, the sky split open, and rain fell like tears from heaven, as if the angels themselves wept for the struggles of humanity. It was a reminder that amidst the beauty of creation lay the weight of existence. Love, loss, joy, and sorrow all coalescing into a single, powerful force. In the heart of London, a grand exhibition opened its doors, showcasing the works of these fervent souls. The gallery was alive with energy, each painting a portal to another world. Visitors gasped and sighed, captivated by the emotional intensity that radiated from the canvases. They stood before the reimagined angels, feeling the weight of their stories, the depth of their struggles. It was a moment of connection, a shared understanding of what it meant to be human. One painting, in particular, captured the crowd's attention. An angel, wings outstretched, stood tall against a backdrop of chaos and despair. The figure was not untouched by the world. Instead, it bore the marks of struggle, the scars of battles fought and won. This was an angel that resonated with the longing for redemption, a beacon of hope amid the storm. As the night deepened, the atmosphere shifted, charged with an electric energy. Conversations flowed like the wine that filled the glasses, each word a testament to the power of art to transcend the mundane. People felt the pull of the divine through the very human experience, igniting a sense of wonder that stirred something deep within them. An elderly woman stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She spoke of her lost love, of the angel she believed had guided her through her darkest days. Her voice trembled as she recounted stories of joy, heartbreak, and the undeniable presence of something greater than herself. The artist, standing nearby, felt the burden of her story and understood that this was the legacy he sought to capture. The enduring spirit of humanity, intertwined with the sacred. As the night wore on, the conversations deepened, and the rain outside fell like a gentle lullaby. Each voice wove a tapestry of emotion, connecting strangers through shared experiences. The room, once filled with chaos, transformed into a sanctuary of understanding. Each soul left a little lighter, touched by the presence of those reimagined angels, whose stories echoed through time and space. In this beautiful mesh of art and life, the notion of angels transcended mere religious symbolism. They became vibrant representations of the human spirit, embodying the passions, struggles, and triumphs that defined existence. The artists had opened a door, inviting everyone to walk through, to see beyond the veil of the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. As the last guests departed and darkness enveloped the village once more, the artists lingered in the aftermath of their profound evening. They gathered together, inspiration crackling in the air like the remnants of a storm. The journey of reimagining angels had only just begun, and their hearts raced with anticipation of the creative fire that awaited them. The night was alive with potential, and the world outside held its breath, waiting for the next brushstroke that would continue to redefine the essence of the divine. The soft murmur of whispered prayers filled the dimly lit room, where shadows danced against the walls like forgotten memories. A flickering candle cast a warm glow upon the faces of those gathered, their expressions a mix of hope and trepidation. Each person held onto the fragile thread of belief that perhaps, just perhaps, the veil between the living and the dead could be lifted for one precious moment. It was in this sacred space that angels were not mere symbols of faith but tangible entities, messengers of the divine, meant to guide and comfort those grappling with loss. In the early years of the 19th century, a wave of spiritual curiosity swept through America, igniting hearts and minds with the promise of contact from the other side. The Fox sisters, Leah, Margareta, and Kate, became the vanguards of a movement that would transform the fabric of spirituality in the nation. Their eerie yet captivating seances, where mysterious raps echoed in response to questions, drew crowds with an electric mix of excitement and fear. The promise of communication with departed loved ones ignited a flame within the souls of many, compelling them to peer into the abyss of the unknown. As the years rolled on, spiritualism blossomed like wildflowers after a long winter. People from all walks of life sought the guidance of mediums, hoping for a glimpse of the afterlife or a comforting message from beyond. Churches dedicated to this unconventional faith emerged, adorned with symbols of angels and ethereal light, standing as beacons for the searching and the sorrowful. The pulse of spiritualism resonated throughout the nation, a potent antidote to the despair of loss and the uncertainties of life. But with each candlelit seance came an undercurrent of skepticism. Science, ever the relentless seeker of truth, began to challenge the claims of spiritual intermediaries. The rise of the scientific method, with its cold, hard facts, stood in stark contrast to the breathless whispers of the spirit world. Yet, rather than extinguishing the flames of spiritualism, this clash only stoked the fire. Believers found solace in their convictions, clinging to the notion that angels were not just figments of imagination but real beings, guiding and protecting them through the trials of existence. Meanwhile, the New Age movement began to take shape in the late 20th century, breathing new life into the conviction that angels were here to help. This era was characterized by an explosion of interest in alternative spirituality, where ancient wisdom and modern practices intertwined. Crystals, meditation, and astrology became tools not just for self-improvement, but for connection with the divine. The concept of angels morphed, transcending specific religious boundaries and entering the everyday lives of millions. As this movement gained momentum, countless stories emerged of angelic encounters, ordinary people claiming extraordinary experiences. A mother, heartbroken over the loss of her child, found solace in the gentle brush of a feather as it floated down from nowhere, a sign that her little one was safe. A businessman, lost in the chaos of a bustling city, felt an inexplicable urge to turn down a street moments before a tragic accident occurred. These tales, shared in tear-filled conversations and late-night confessions, wove a rich tapestry of belief, illuminating the profound impact these celestial beings had on human experience. In this vibrant landscape, the angelic realm took on a kaleidoscopic form. Some viewed angels as protective guardians, standing watch over their charges, while others embraced a more personal relationship, inviting their celestial allies into daily life. Workshops were held where participants learned to call upon angels, developing a language of intuition and love that transcended the physical. In a world often riddled with fear and uncertainty, the belief in angels became a lifeline, a comforting embrace in the midst of chaos. As the New Age movement flourished, it brushed against the borders of traditional religions, inviting curiosity and, at times, resistance. The elders and scholars of established faiths watched with wary eyes as the concept of angels evolved beyond their dogmas. Yet, the magnetic pull of angelic belief continued to draw in the seekers, those yearning for something greater, something that spoke to the human soul's longing for connection and understanding. The idea that angels walked among them, guiding them through life's labyrinth, became a source of immense hope for many. Books filled with angel stories became bestsellers, and television shows explored the mystical realm of these celestial beings. Art flourished, depicting angels in a myriad of forms, from traditional winged messengers to abstract representations of light and love. This movement invited individuals to not only seek the divine, but to embrace their own inner light, echoing the age-old wisdom that they, too, could be messengers of love and peace in a tumultuous world. Yet even amidst the joy and wonder, shadows lingered. Critics emerged, questioning the authenticity of angel encounters and the integrity of those who claimed to commune with the divine. Scandals erupted as self-proclaimed mediums faced accusations of deceit, blurring the lines between faith and exploitation. The tumult of the times echoed the struggles of the human experience, a poignant reminder that belief, while a source of strength, could also lead to confusion and heartache. And so, the story of angels, their presence in spiritualism and the New Age movement, unfolded, weaving through the fabric of American religious life. Each encounter, each whispered prayer, became a testament to humanity's unyielding quest for connection, understanding, and love. The flames of belief flickered brightly, drawing seekers into the heart of the mystery where angels danced just out of reach, inviting them to take another step into the unknown. As the candle flickered low, the gathered souls leaned closer, their hearts racing with anticipation. In the silence, a soft rustle echoed, sending shivers down their spines. The air grew heavy with expectation, and they felt it, the unmistakable presence of something divine. Every heartbeat pulsed with the realization that they were part of a story much larger than themselves, a continuum of hope and yearning that spanned generations. The whispers of angels beckoned them onward, guiding them to the next chapter of their intertwined fates, where the journey of faith and belief would continue to unfold. Angels have always walked among humans, ethereal beings of light that float just beyond the veil of our reality. They have whispered words of hope in dark times and stood as fierce guardians over the lost and the broken. As they flit through the pages of history, their appearance in art has changed, each brushstroke capturing the spirit of its time, revealing the profound relationship between the divine and the mortal. In the early days of Christianity, angels were not the gentle beings of light that we often envision today. They were formidable, awe-inspiring figures, often depicted in ancient manuscripts as fearsome creatures adorned with multiple wings, their faces radiant with divine fury. Take the cherubic forms of the 4th century. Their wings were often oversized, almost overwhelming, creating an air of otherworldliness. In these early depictions, Angels were not just messengers, but warriors of God, ready to battle the forces of darkness. The artist's hand trembled with reverence, capturing the divine power and majesty that angels represented, evoking both fear and fascination. As centuries rolled on, the Renaissance brought a fresh wave of artistic expression. Artists like Raphael breathed life into angels, shaping them into beautiful, serene beings that carried messages of love and hope. One could almost hear the rustle of their wings as they soared through the heavens in vivid colors. The beloved Sistine Madonna showcases this transformation perfectly. Mary holds the Christ child, while two cherubs gaze up, their innocent eyes filled with wonder, embodying the pure and untainted nature of divine love. The emotions are palpable, a soft whispering of grace that fills the viewer's heart. These angels are not just servants of God. They are symbols of comfort, enveloping humanity in a gentle embrace. Transitioning into the Baroque period, the art of angelic iconography took a dramatic turn. The once calm and serene figures now danced with emotion. Artists like Gian Lorenzo Bernini captured the fervor of the divine, depicting angels with flowing robes and dynamic poses that seemed to defy the laws of gravity. The light played off their forms, illuminating their faces with a glow that felt almost alive. In the altars of grand cathedrals, these angels appeared as if they might leap from their canvases, their expressions a blend of joy and longing. It was as if they were caught in a moment of divine ecstasy, inviting onlookers to join them in a celestial celebration of faith. However, as the Enlightenment emerged, a shift took place. The ethereal representations of angels began to fade, replaced by more humanized forms that reflected the growing emphasis on reason and science. Angels were painted not just as divine messengers, but as reflections of humanity, complete with flaws and vulnerabilities. In the works of artists like William Blake, angels took on a more psychological dimension. They became symbols of the human struggle, embodying the quest for understanding and the yearning for connection with the divine. Blake's angels, with their unique blend of beauty and melancholy, invited viewers to contemplate their own place in the universe, stirring deep emotions within the soul. As the 19th century rolled around, angels began to be depicted as guardians of the innocent. The Romantic movement captured their essence as protectors, a response to the turbulent world that saw the rise of industrialization and societal change. Artists like Dante Gabriel Rossetti infused their works with a sense of longing and nostalgia. The angels in Rossetti's paintings are not just beautiful. They are imbued with an emotional depth that speaks to the heart. They watch over lost souls, their expressions a mix of concern and compassion, evoking a profound sense of empathy. Each angel seems to hold a story within their gaze, inviting the viewer to ponder the interplay between human fragility and divine protection. The 20th century brought another transformation, as the world grappled with the horrors of war and the quest for peace. The modern interpretations of angels took on a more abstract form, often reflecting the chaos and uncertainty of the human condition. Artists like Marc Chagall drew upon his Jewish heritage, infusing his works with layers of symbolism that transcended traditional representations. His angels, depicted in vivid colors, seemed to float in a dreamlike state, embodying hope amidst despair. The swirling figures evoke a sense of movement, as if the angels are caught in a dance between heaven and earth, bridging the gap between the visible and the invisible. In contemporary art, angels have taken on a myriad of forms, reflecting the diverse cultures and beliefs that shape our world today. They are no longer confined to the pages of sacred texts or the walls of cathedrals. Instead, they have become symbols of resilience, love, and unity. Street artists depict them as guardians of the marginalized, their wings an emblem of protection and strength. The diversity of angelic imagery now speaks to a shared human experience, transcending boundaries of faith and culture. Throughout history, the evolution of angelic iconography in Western art has been a mirror reflecting humanity's hopes, fears, and dreams. Each depiction tells a story, resonating with the emotional landscape of its time. The angels, once fierce and commanding, have softened into symbols of love and compassion, while also embracing the complexities of the human experience. They serve as reminders of a world where the divine and the mortal intertwine, each stroke of the brush pulling us into an emotional embrace that is impossible to resist. As viewers stand before these celestial beings, they are reminded that angels, in all their forms, are not merely creatures of myth. They are manifestations of our deepest yearnings, urging us to seek connection, understanding, and, ultimately, peace in a world often fraught with chaos. Each angel, whether painted in the grand halls of history or on the streets of a contemporary city, beckons us closer, whispering secrets of love and hope that resonate through the ages, inviting us to listen closely, to feel deeply, and to believe once more. In the dim light of a faded church, a whispering wind slips through cracked, stained glass, casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the stone floor. There, a woman kneels, her heart heavy with sorrow, a prayer trembling on her lips. Above, a figure watches, silent, radiant, wings outspread like the embrace of the universe itself. This is the moment when belief flickers into life and the boundaries between the earthly and the celestial blur. Angels have always been more than mere messengers. They are the threads that weave together the fabric of human emotion, history, and imagination. From the earliest days of civilization, angels have been a source of fascination. The ancient Sumerians spoke of winged beings who descended from the heavens, protectors and guardians that bridged the gap between gods and men. In stories etched into clay tablets, these figures were not just divine. They were reflections of humanity's own struggles, hopes, and fears. As civilizations rose and fell, the concept of angels evolved, but their essence remained. Pure, benevolent spirits that offer guidance amidst chaos. Across cultures, angels have taken on various forms. In the rich tapestry of Hindu mythology, the concept of devas fills the skies. These divine beings, radiant and powerful, descend to aid mortals, embodying the virtues of wisdom and compassion. Each encounter is a dance of fate, a moment when the divine intertwines with the human experience, leaving echoes of wonder and hope. To the ancient Greeks, the notion of angels morphed into the demons, ethereal beings that influenced the lives of men, guiding them towards their destinies. Tales of these spirits created a sense of connection to the universe, a reminder that mankind was never truly alone. The early Christians embraced and transformed the cultural significance of angels. With the rise of Christianity, angels became messengers of God, tasked with delivering divine messages. In the pages of the Bible, they appear with majestic descriptions, shining armor, and voices like thunder. Each encounter is charged with emotion, the fear of the unknown, the warmth of divine love. From the Annunciation, where the angel Gabriel brought news of a miraculous birth, to the harrowing moments of the apocalypse, angels are woven into the very fabric of hope and despair. Their presence lingers in the air, palpable and electric. As centuries passed, the image of angels was sculpted and painted by masters of art, capturing their essence in breathtaking ways. Think of Michelangelo's vibrant frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, where they flutter in a celestial dance, their faces glowing with unearthly light. These images ignited the flame of faith within countless souls, inspiring countless generations to look up at the skies, searching for signs, for comfort, for the promise of something greater. Every brushstroke told a story, a narrative steeped in longing and reverence. In folklore, angels took on new and fantastical forms, evolving into beloved figures in fairy tales and legends. The stories of guardian angels, those gentle protectors who watch over the innocent, spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of young and old alike. Tales of children saved by unseen hands, or travelers guided by a warm light in the dark, stirred emotions that transcended time. These narratives instilled hope, whispering that no matter how perilous the journey, someone was always watching over them. The cultural impact of angels poured forth into music and literature, resonating through the ages. Handel's Messiah soared through the air, angels singing praises, their melodies touching the very soul. In literature, the ethereal beings brought light to the shadows of despair. Poets like John Milton, in Paradise Lost, painted them as noble warriors engaged in a cosmic battle, embodying the eternal struggle between good and evil. Their wings beat against the fabric of reality, every word imbued with weight, stirring the hearts of readers across centuries. Yet, angels are not without their complexities. In various traditions, they are also harbingers of doom. The terrifying imagery of angels wielding swords in the Book of Revelation serves as a stark reminder that their presence can signify judgment as much as hope. The duality of angels, messengers of peace and stewards of justice, echoes the complexities of human nature itself. This tension captures the imagination, drawing people to the stories that speak of redemption and retribution, of love lost and restored. As beliefs shifted and societies transformed, the cultural significance of angels did not fade. It morphed. The rise of the Enlightenment brought skepticism, yet even in doubt, angels found their place. They became symbols of the human spirit, representing our innate desire for connection and understanding. In the bustling streets of the 19th century, amidst the clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the whispers of revolution, stories of angels appearing in dreams swept through the populace. Each tale, whether embraced with fervor or met with skepticism, served as a lifeline to a world grappling with its own identity. Even today, in our modern world filled with science and reason, the cultural impact of angels remains undeniable. They find homes in popular culture, from films that depict angelic beings swooping down to save the day to songs that echo the longing for their celestial presence. Whether one believes in their physical existence or not, the symbolism of angels as guardians, guides, and embodiments of hope permeates the human experience. They remind us of the light that exists in the darkest moments, urging us to look beyond the surface and search for the extraordinary in the ordinary. Throughout history, angels have been more than just myth or folklore. They are the manifestations of our deepest desires and fears. They are the shimmering light in the darkness, the gentle touch that stirs the soul. In every culture, every time, their presence resonates with the human heart, echoing through the ages, reminding us that we are never truly alone. As the last rays of sunlight fade behind the horizon, and the shadows stretch long and deep, the stories of angels linger in the air, inviting us to listen, to feel, to believe. Their wings may be silent, but the emotions they stir are a powerful symphony, a reminder of the timeless dance between the earthly and the divine. Angels hover in the spaces between whispers and dreams, their wings whispering secrets of the universe. In the dim light of a candlelit room, a young girl flips through the pages of a dusty old book. The words leap off the page, shimmering like 1,000 stars, as she becomes entranced by the ethereal beings that dance through the stories of time. From the poetic verses of John Milton to the modern novels that pulse with life, angels have long captured the imagination, serving as harbingers of hope, messengers of doom, or protectors in the shadows. In Milton's Paradise Lost, the heavens blaze with the raw power of fallen angels. Lucifer, with his fierce ambition and grand aspirations, is not merely a villain but a complex figure whose plight elicits sympathy. As he defiantly proclaims, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," the words resonate with a longing for freedom and the struggle against oppression. Readers are drawn to his passionate rebellion, stirred by the haunting beauty of his tragic fall from grace. The tension hums in the air, a palpable reminder of the choices that lead to greatness or despair. As the story unfolds, angels like Gabriel and Raphael emerge, luminous and resplendent, wielding both wisdom and strength. They are embodiments of divine love, interwoven with human fate. Gabriel, the messenger, delivers news that changes everything. The weight of destiny hangs on his words, echoing through the ages. The young girl, lost in the pages of Milton's epic, feels a shiver race down her spine. The tension builds with every revelation, every moment deeper than the last, binding her to the fate of these celestial beings. Fast-forwarding through the corridors of time, the girl can almost hear the echo of wings in the works of the Romantic poets. In John Keats's letters, angels become symbols of beauty, their very existence elevating the human spirit. They flit through his verses like fireflies on a summer night, reminding readers that love can transcend the mundane, lifting souls from despair to hope. The girl can't help but smile as she imagines their soft laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, a reminder that there's light even in darkness. The canvas of literary angels expands further in the hands of modern authors. In the vivid world of Neil Gaiman's Good Omens, angels and demons intertwine in a comedic ballet of chaos. Aziraphale, the angel who prefers the quiet comforts of bookshops to the heavenly host, stands as a delightful contrast to the fierce celestial warriors of old. His character complexity offers a fresh perspective, marrying humor with existential questions about good and evil. The girl chuckles softly, captivated by the charm of these celestial beings who display their flaws and foibles, making them relatable in their celestial oddities. Then, in the mysterious and chilling tales of Susan Hill's The Woman in Black, angels take on an altogether different hue. They become specters of loss and sorrow, lurking in the shadows, representing the grief that haunts the living. The story pulses with tension, as the girl feels the weight of despair settle over her like a heavy cloak. Angels here are not just messengers. They are reminders of mortality and sorrow, creating a haunting atmosphere that lingers long after the last page is turned. The narrative shifts yet again with the fierce and powerful angels of Laini Taylor's Daughter of Smoke and Bone. Here, angels are not merely divine beings but warriors caught in the struggle between light and darkness. The girl feels her heart race as Karu, the fierce protagonist, grapples with her identity in a world divided by war. The dichotomy of angels as protectors and destroyers creates tension that crackles with intensity, and the girl finds herself on the edge of her seat, yearning to uncover the fate of the characters she has come to love. What happens when angels fall, and what does it mean for humanity? This question echoes through the pages of literary history, taking on myriad forms. In the tales of fallen angels, from Dante's Divine Comedy to Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials, the exploration of free will and redemption takes center stage. The girl gasps as she reads about the consequences of choices made in the heat of passion and rebellion. She feels a heaviness in her chest as she grapples with the moral complexities that define these celestial beings and their earthly counterparts. The emotional roller coaster continues with the whimsical angels of Isabel Allende's The House of the Spirits, where they embody the very essence of family, love, and legacy. Their presence weaves through the narrative like a thread of gold, illuminating the lives of those they touch. As the girl reads, she feels warmth envelop her heart, a reminder that even in the face of tragedy, angels can be bearers of hope, linking generations and stories in a tapestry of love and loss. And just when the tension feels unbearable, it shifts again with the haunting poetry of Rainer Maria Rilke, where angels appear as messengers of divine beauty and profound sorrow. His words paint the angels not just as guardians, but as witnesses to the human experience, forever in awe of the fragility and brilliance of life. The girl closes her eyes for a moment, feeling the raw emotion of Rilke's verses wash over her, like a cool breeze on a hot summer day. She understands, in that instant, that angels are not just creatures of fantasy. They are reflections of our deepest fears, hopes, and dreams. In the world of literature, angels are never simply characters. They embody our struggles, our aspirations, and our understanding of the cosmos. Each author, from Milton to Gaiman, builds upon the fragile foundation laid by those before them, creating a rich tapestry that connects the past to the present. The girl, still absorbed in her book, feels the story pull her deeper into a realm where the lines between the celestial and the earthly blur, where every whisper of a feather and every flicker of light tells a story waiting to be uncovered. As she turns the page, the echo of wings and the promise of adventure beckon, leading her towards the next chapter. A world where angels continue to dance among mortals, forever intertwined in the fabric of human experience. In a dimly lit room, a flickering candle cast dancing shadows that played across the walls, whispering secrets of old. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the soft rustle of ancient parchment. A scholar sat hunched over a desk, his eyes wide, reflecting the glow of the candle as he pored over texts that spoke of beings both ethereal and terrifying. Angels. These entities, often portrayed as messengers of hope, held within them a complexity that many had scarcely begun to comprehend. With wings spread wide, they soared through the pages of history, from the heavens to the depths of the human psyche. Throughout time, angels have been depicted in myriad forms, each carrying the weight of the hopes and fears of those who believed in them. In the early days of Christianity, St. Augustine remarked on their nature, suggesting they were not merely divine beings but also reflections of human emotions. This notion, though centuries old, resonates deeply today. Angels became symbols of our highest aspirations, yet they also mirrored our darkest fears. In the medieval period, when the world was cloaked in superstition, angels were envisioned as guardians, protectors from the unknown horrors lurking in the shadows. They were messengers of peace, yet their very presence could inspire dread. The famous artwork of the time captured this dichotomy beautifully. Vibrant colors illustrated scenes of divine intervention, while the expressions on the angels' faces often hinted at the struggles of the souls they encountered. These were not mere figures floating serenely. They were imbued with emotion, portraying the tumult of the human experience. Fast forward to the Enlightenment, when reason began to challenge traditional beliefs. The angelic form shifted, becoming a reflection of mankind's evolving understanding of the universe. Rational thinkers like Immanuel Kant began to view angels not as literal beings but as symbols of moral ideals, representing the inner battles of virtue against vice. They became embodiments of our conscience, urging us to rise above our limitations. As the candle flickered lower, shadows creeping closer, the scholar felt the weight of this tension in his chest. Was it possible that these winged figures were not just messengers from God, but also mirrors of his own struggles? The Industrial Revolution brought about a new wave of exploration into the human psyche. Psychologists began to probe the depths of the mind, searching for answers to questions that had haunted humanity for centuries. Sigmund Freud, with his revolutionary ideas, interpreted angels through the lens of desire and repression. He suggested that these celestial beings were projections of our subconscious, a manifestation of our longing for guidance amidst chaos. The scholar's heart raced as he considered this perspective. Could it be that angels, in all their glory, were simply reflections of the human spirit wrestling with its own demons? As the 20th century unfolded, the world experienced turmoil that reshaped perspectives on everything, including the divine. World wars shattered the illusion of peace, and amidst the ruins, many clamored for solace. Angels emerged once more, this time as symbols of hope in dark times. Writers and poets poured their souls into verses that sang the praises of these celestial beings, suggesting that they were not just symbols of faith, but also of resilience and courage. The scholar felt the chill of an invisible presence as he remembered how these figures had comforted so many during their darkest hours, guiding them toward light when despair threatened to consume them. Yet, what was the true nature of these beings? The tension mounted as he recalled the biblical accounts. Angels had wielded swords, executed judgments, and carried messages that could alter the course of lives. They were fierce protectors, often demanding respect and evoking fear. The scholar wondered if, deep within the human heart, there existed a primal recognition of the dual nature of angels. They were both the light and the darkness, ever intertwined, a reminder of the fragility of existence. In the late 20th century, with the rise of New Age spirituality, angels found a renewed place in the hearts of many. They transformed into guardians of personal empowerment, guiding individuals on their journeys of self-discovery. People turned to them for reassurance, seeking their wisdom in moments of uncertainty. Yet, behind this optimistic facade lingered the shadows of doubt. Was this interpretation a distraction from facing the raw truths of human existence? The scholar's brow furrowed as he reflected on this paradox. The very beings that inspired hope could also lead one to avoid the pain of reality. As the candle sputtered, the flickering light revealed the depth of human emotion woven through every angelic story. Each account held within it the echoes of fear, love, struggle, and triumph. They were not merely stories of divine intervention but reflections of every heart that dared to dream, to hope, to despair. The scholar felt a surge of emotion, realizing that the interpretations of angels were as varied and complex as the souls that believed in them. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the flame of the candle, plunging the scholar into darkness. His breath quickened, and the weight of silence enveloped him. In that moment, he was acutely aware of the tension between light and dark, between the angelic and the earthly. The struggles of humanity resonated deeply, and the flickers of emotion surged like waves, crashing against the shores of understanding. He had touched upon something profound, a realization that transcended the pages of history and dug into the very essence of existence itself. The stories of angels, through all the layers of interpretation, formed an unbroken chain linking the past to the present. Each era, each moment of crisis and triumph, breathed new life into the age-old questions about these divine beings. As he grappled with the intensity of his thoughts, the scholar felt an overwhelming sense of connection, a pulse that resonated with the collective human experience. It was a reminder that angels, in their myriad interpretations, held a mirror to the heart of humanity, a source of strength and vulnerability intertwined. The candle had gone out, but the light of understanding flared brightly within him, illuminating paths yet to be explored. The soft glow of a flickering screen illuminated the room, casting shadows that danced like whispers of forgotten dreams. It was a night like many others, yet something in the air felt electric, charged with the possibility of wonders. Outside, the wind howled, a reminder of the world's chaos, but inside, the warmth wrapped around each viewer, beckoning them into realms of fantasy and imagination. And then, there they were, angels, gliding gracefully through the air, their wings shimmering in ethereal light, captivating hearts and minds alike. Angels have long been woven into the fabric of storytelling, serving as messengers, guardians, and symbols of hope. Yet in modern media, especially film and television, these celestial beings take on dimensions that stir the deepest corners of human emotion. They are not just divine entities. They are reflections of our struggles, our desires, and our yearning for connection. Each portrayal offers a glimpse into the complexities of life, love, and redemption. In the early days of cinema, angels were often depicted as serene and unblemished figures, adorned in white robes, with golden halos that sparkled like stars. The iconic 1946 film It's a Wonderful Life introduced audiences to Clarence, the bumbling but ultimately wise angel, who showed George Bailey the value of his life. As viewers watched, their hearts ached with each moment of despair George faced, and they gasped in relief when hope flickered back to life. Clarence wasn't just an angel. He was the embodiment of guidance, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there's a light waiting to guide us home. Fast forward to the 21st century, and the portrayal of angels becomes increasingly intricate. The angels of supernatural, for example, are layered with moral ambiguity, existing in a world where right and wrong blur into shades of gray. Characters like Castiel, with his fierce loyalty and raw emotions, capture audiences with their struggle for identity and purpose. They remind us that even those who seem celestial are grappling with their own demons. The tension builds as viewers witness Castiel's evolution from a stoic figure of authority to a complex being wrestling with love and sacrifice. Meanwhile, in The Good Place, the concept of angels is playfully dissected, raising questions about morality, ethics, and the afterlife. It's a unique blend of humor and philosophy, where angelic characters navigate the intricacies of human flaws and virtues. The laughter is infectious, but beneath it lies a profound exploration of what it means to be good, to strive for betterment. Each episode leaves a lingering thought, an echo of insight that resonates long after the credits roll. But as the narrative of angels evolved, so too did their representation in darker tales. Constantine, based on the DC Comics character, introduces an edgier interpretation, where angels and demons wage war in the shadows of humanity. The stakes are raised, the battles are fierce and visceral, pulling viewers into a world of peril and hope. Here, angels are not merely messengers but warriors, fighting for the souls of the lost. The tension is palpable, each scene laced with urgency and a desperate need for salvation. It's a race against time, evoking a sense of dread and excitement that keeps audiences on the edge of their seats. Even animated films have ventured into the realm of angels, producing heartfelt stories that captivate younger audiences. In The Little Angel, a tale spun with delicate artistry, the themes of love and sacrifice shine brightly. The innocence of the storytelling is juxtaposed with profound life lessons that resonate across generations. Children, wide-eyed and filled with wonder, learn that angels often take the form of those who love us most, teaching them about kindness and empathy in ways that remain etched in their memories. The dichotomy of angels in modern media pulls at the heartstrings, revealing the intricate tapestry of human experience. They are not just heavenly beings. They represent the battles we face within ourselves and the journeys we undertake. Each character, whether a kind-hearted guardian or a conflicted warrior, reflects the myriad emotions that define our lives. The allure of angels is timeless, fueled by their ability to evoke feelings that swirl within us. Hope, sorrow, and everything in between. The chilling silence of a moment when an angel appears, shimmering with light, brings a hush to the chaos of life. It is in these moments that audiences find solace, a reminder that even amidst turmoil, there exists a thread of something greater, something divine. As the screen flickers and the stories unfold, the emotions swell like a tide, crashing against the shores of the heart. Every angelic presence is a brushstroke on the canvas of humanity, painting stories of love, loss, and redemption. The layers deepen, revealing the complex interplay between light and darkness, guiding viewers through the labyrinth of their own existence. The portrayal of angels in modern media offers a mirror, reflecting the hopes and fears of a generation. Each film and show invites the audience to ponder their own beliefs, to question what it means to be human. They are left grappling with the idea that perhaps these celestial beings are not so distant after all. They may just be a heartbeat away, waiting for the moment when they can descend from the skies and touch the very essence of life itself. With each cinematic revelation, the world of angels continues to expand, entwining their fates with ours, creating a narrative that is ever-evolving, yet eternally captivating. And as the credits roll, the audience is left with a lingering sense of wonder, a whisper of possibility, a thread of hope, reminding them that the stories of angels are not just tales spun for entertainment. They are echoes of our own stories, waiting to be told. The air was thick with an unspoken tension, the kind that flickers in the quiet moments before a storm breaks. A girl named Clara stood at the edge of a bustling city, peering into the fading light of dusk. In that fragile twilight, she felt the weight of countless eyes upon her, not of the living, but of the unseen. Those luminous beings, the angels, rumored to circle our world, waiting for a moment to weave their magic into the fabric of our lives. Throughout history, angels have held a special place in human hearts, weaving through cultures and religions like the golden threads in a rich tapestry. From the ancient Babylonians, who believed in beings that acted as intermediaries between their gods and themselves, to the early Christians who saw angels as guardians of faith, these celestial beings have been depicted as messengers, protectors, and guides. They have inspired countless stories, from the biblical Gabriel announcing the birth of Christ to the famous Renaissance artists who immortalized their ethereal beauty on canvas. Clara had always felt a connection to these beings, her heart swelling with an ache she couldn't quite name. As she took a step closer to the city's edge, the air filled with a gentle whisper, as if the winds carried the voices of those who had crossed into another realm. She remembered stories her grandmother once told her, about how angels walk among us, often unnoticed, flipping the pages of fate, nudging us toward paths we never expected to take. In the annals of time, various historical figures have claimed to have encountered these heavenly entities. Joan of Arc, a girl of humble beginnings, heard the voices of angels guiding her to save France. Her fervor and conviction shook a nation, illustrating how divine guidance can propel even the most ordinary individuals into the extraordinary. The echoes of her bravery resounded through the ages, instilling hope that one could be a vessel of celestial purpose. Modern spirituality has embraced this ancient wisdom, transforming it into a personal relationship with these unseen protectors. People now speak of their guardian angels as constant companions, listening intently as they navigate the tumultuous waters of life. Clara felt the familiar shiver of anticipation run down her spine. She could almost see them, shimmering just beyond the veil of her perception. Guardians ready to step in when the world felt too heavy. In the silence around her, Clara remembered a night when the shadows had felt particularly daunting. She had been overwhelmed, lost in the chaos of her own thoughts, when a sudden breeze stirred the air around her, wrapping around her like a comforting hug. The moment was fleeting but powerful, a reminder that she was never alone. It was a sensation echoed throughout time, where countless individuals have felt that same ethereal embrace, a nudging towards safety when they felt lost. People across the globe recount stories of miraculous interventions, times when they narrowly escaped danger or received unexpected help just when hope was fading. Whether it was a stranger appearing at the right moment or a sudden insight that illuminated a dark path, these experiences reveal a profound truth. Angels may not always be visible, but their presence is undeniable. The ancient Greeks believed in the concept of daimon, a guiding spirit that nudged individuals towards their true potential. This idea has morphed over time, with modern seekers interpreting these guides as angels, beings who not only protect but also support personal growth. Clara felt a surge of inspiration, the pulse of possibility resonating within her. She could sense her own angels urging her to step beyond her fears, to embrace the unknown and chase her dreams. As night fell, the city lights flickered to life, casting a magical glow over the streets. Clara stood still, feeling the energy of the world around her. Each person passing by was a universe of stories, each heart a vessel of hopes and fears, driven by the unseen forces that guide them. Did they too feel the presence of these guardians? Did they know they were watched over, even in their darkest moments? Angels have been depicted in various forms, some with wings, others as pure light, and even as ordinary people. In that blend of the celestial and the mundane lies a powerful message. Divinity often walks hand in hand with humanity. Clara recalled stories of everyday encounters that felt miraculous in their timing, moments that seemed too perfect to be mere coincidence. Those instances, where life unfolded in inexplicable ways, could very well be the work of angels, nudging individuals toward their destinies. In every culture, there are tales of angels who have lifted spirits, healed wounds, and opened eyes to the beauty of the world. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the Ba represented the soul's journey and the protective spirits that guided it. The connection of the spiritual to the earthly realm reverberates through time, reminding us that we are all part of a grander design. Clara closed her eyes, allowing the city's sounds to wash over her, and let her heart open to the possibility of connection. A soft glow enveloped her, as if the very essence of the angels was wrapping around her shoulders, urging her to listen to the whispers of her own heart. She felt a fire ignite within her, the desire to explore, to seek, to trust. A shift was taking place and there was no going back. As she opened her eyes, a man approached, a stranger with a kind smile that felt oddly familiar. In that moment, Clara understood that the threads of fate were woven intricately, connecting each soul to another. Perhaps he was an angel in disguise, sent to illuminate her path just when she needed it most. With each interaction, Clara could feel the energy of the unseen, the pulsating connection that linked humanity to something greater. In the depths of the city, the hum of life continued, intertwined with the whispers of angels, guides waiting to reveal their wisdom. Clara's heart raced with the thrill of the unknown, a fierce desire to touch the invisible, to grasp the threads of magic that weaved through the lives of those around her. The angels beckoned, urging her to step fully into her own story, a story that was still being written, with every heartbeat, every breath, a testament to the presence of guardians and guides, unseen yet always felt. The night deepened, a canvas awaiting its brushstrokes, and Clara was ready to become the artist of her own destiny. The cold wind howled through the narrow streets of 18th-century Paris, whistling a mournful tune that echoed off the cobblestones. Gas lamps flickered uncertainly, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the buildings, where the whispers of scientists and philosophers filled the air. It was an age fueled by reason, where the mind sought to untangle the mysteries of nature and existence. Yet, in the depths of this burgeoning enlightenment, the ethereal presence of angels loomed, not as mere relics of faith, but as profound symbols of humanity's eternal struggle between belief and understanding. Beneath the surface of reason, a tension simmered. The great minds of the time, like Voltaire and Rousseau, relentlessly questioned the very foundations of existence. They dissected the cosmos mechanically, their pens racing to detail the laws of nature. Yet they could not silence the whispers of the supernatural that danced at the edges of their thoughts. In salons filled with the laughter of the enlightened, discussions flickered between reason and the inexplicable, as if the very air was thick with unacknowledged longing. In the shadow of the grand Cathedral Notre Dame, a young woman named Celeste stood, her heart racing. She was a skeptic, a product of her time. Yet every night, she found herself drawn to the stories of the celestial beings, those shimmering guardians who watched over humanity. The tales of angels, with their feathered wings and radiant light, filled her dreams with warmth and wonder. They were beings of hope, yet in this age of reason, they were dismissed as mere figments of imagination, artifacts of a superstitious past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, Celeste ventured into a dimly lit bookstore. The scent of old parchment and ink enveloped her as she perused the shelves. Her fingers grazed over volumes filled with scientific theories and philosophies, but it was a small, dusty book that caught her eye. Its spine bore the title The Nature of Angels, written by a long-forgotten theologian. She hesitated, her heart pounding as she opened it, revealing pages filled with intricate illustrations and poetic descriptions. As she read, a shiver coursed through her. The author spoke of angels as both messengers and protectors, embodying the virtues of courage, compassion, and wisdom. Each word seemed to awaken something deep within her, a yearning for a connection beyond the confines of reason. The more she read, the more the boundaries between science and the supernatural blurred, coaxing her to question the very nature of existence. In the coffee houses of Paris, debates raged like storms. The intellectual elite gathered, their voices rising in fervor as they exchanged ideas. "Evidence!" shouted one man, his face flushed with passion. "Evidence is the only truth." But another countered, "And what of the heart? What of the experiences that cannot be quantified?" The clash of ideologies echoed in the air, each argument punctuated by the laughter and gasps of the crowd. Yet, even the skeptics couldn't ignore the inexplicable events reported around the city. Miraculous healings, unexplainable phenomena, and visions of angelic beings. Celeste found herself swept into these discussions, her heart torn between the logic of science and the allure of the divine. She listened intently, her mind racing as she considered the implications. Were angels merely symbols of hope, or could they represent something more? Something tangible yet unfathomable that danced on the edges of reality? One night, while wandering the streets lost in thought, Celeste stumbled upon a gathering at the Place de Vosges. A crowd surrounded a man named Etienne, a scientist known for his radical ideas. With fervent eyes, he spoke of the universe's mysteries, urging his listeners to awaken their senses to the unseen forces at play. "The heavens," he declared, "are not just above us. They are within us. The very fabric of the cosmos is woven with threads of both science and the divine." The crowd erupted in applause, but Celeste's heart pounded with uncertainty. Could it be that angels were not merely figments of faith, but rather manifestations of humanity's deepest aspirations and fears? As the weeks passed, Celeste's fascination grew. She spent her nights reading and pondering, each day feeling the pull of something greater than herself. One chilly evening, she stood alone beneath the stars, gazing up at the vastness of the sky. A sense of longing filled her chest, and as she closed her eyes, she felt an electric charge in the air. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to shimmer, and for a fleeting moment, she could almost see them. Figures of light, radiant and beautiful, descending like whispers from the heavens. Her breath caught in her throat. Were these visions mere tricks of an overactive imagination, or had she truly glimpsed the divine? Each encounter flared her curiosity, pushing her further into the depths of her own beliefs. She began documenting her experiences, her thoughts flowing onto the pages like a river. It was not just science or philosophy that filled her mind. It was the intertwining of all that was known and all that was felt. The city, alive with the thrill of discovery, began to buzz with stories of miraculous occurrences. People flocked to churches and temples, drawn by the hope of something miraculous. A healer claimed to have touched the face of an angel, curing the blind and the sick. A painter, inspired by Celeste's writings, began to depict angels in scenes of everyday life, blending the sacred with the mundane. The lines of reason began to blur, and the supernatural seeped into the lives of those who once dismissed it. Yet, in the shadows, the skeptics grew restless. Voices of dissent swirled like dark clouds, warning against the dangers of belief without evidence. They saw a threat in the rise of angelic stories, a challenge to the very foundations of the Age of Reason. Heated debates erupted, igniting the streets of Paris into a battleground of ideologies. Celeste found herself torn between two worlds, her heart heavy with the weight of the knowledge she had gained. In her most desperate moments, she turned to the dusty book that had ignited her passion. With each page, she hoped to find solace, a guiding light through the tempest of doubt and fear. The words pulsed with a life of their own, reminding her of the delicate dance between the seen and unseen, the known and the unknown. As the tension in the city escalated, the encounters with the divine became more vivid, illuminating her path while casting eerie shadows of uncertainty. Suddenly, the air crackled with anticipation. Celeste knew that the time for resolution, for understanding, was near. The veil between the tangible and the ethereal was growing thinner. As she stepped into the fray alongside the thinkers and dreamers of her time, she felt a surge of courage. The angels of her imagination began to take form, not just in her heart but in the hearts of those around her, beckoning her to bridge the gap between science and the supernatural. In the echo of the philosophers' debates, the whispers of angels grew louder, entwined with the pulse of the city as it danced between reason and the divine. Perhaps, she thought, this was not just a struggle for truth, but a quest for something far greater, something that connected them all, threading their lives together in a tapestry woven with both logic and faith. The night was alive with possibilities, and in that moment, she realized that the story was only just beginning. In the hushed stillness of a dimly lit chapel, flickering candles cast a warm glow on the weathered stone walls, their flames dancing as if possessed by unseen forces. Shadows whisper stories of faith that have echoed across continents and centuries, tales woven with the celestial threads of angels. These ethereal beings, often depicted with wings that shimmer like the morning sun, have held a place in the hearts of billions, transcending cultures and beliefs, binding humanity to something greater than itself. In ancient Mesopotamia, long before the rise of monotheistic religions, the Sumerians revered deities that bore striking similarities to the angels of later traditions. They believed in winged beings called messengers, who delivered the will of the gods to mortals. This concept, foundational in shaping the spiritual landscape, laid the groundwork for how future generations would view angels as intermediaries between the divine and the earthly. As centuries rolled on, whispers of angels drifted into the sacred texts of Judaism. The Hebrew Bible speaks of cherubim and seraphim, celestial beings who stand guard at the gates of paradise, their presence a testament to the majesty of God. In the book of Isaiah, the seraphim cry out, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory." This vivid imagery ignites the imagination, stirring something deep within the soul. Kings and prophets alike sought guidance from these heavenly messengers, their voices echoing through the annals of history. Christianity embraced this angelic narrative, expanding it with the teachings of the New Testament. Angels appeared to shepherds in the fields, proclaiming the birth of Jesus with triumphant songs, their melodies weaving hope into the fabric of a weary world. The Archangel Gabriel's announcement to Mary was a pivotal moment, a delicate intersection of human vulnerability and divine promise. Here, angels became symbols of protection and guidance, offering solace in times of despair. The faithful turned to them in prayer, seeking their intercession when the weight of the world felt unbearable, hoping for a whisper of comfort in their darkest hours. Across the vast expanse of the Islamic world, angels took on a distinctive role. The Quran speaks of the mighty Jibril, the bearer of revelations to the Prophet Muhammad. His presence was both awe-inspiring and fearsome, a bridge between the heavenly realm and the earthly struggles of humankind. Believers are taught that angels record deeds, their quills inked with the details of every action, a constant reminder of accountability in the eyes of the divine. The reverence for these celestial guardians permeates daily life, with Muslims invoking their names in prayers, seeking blessings and guidance in every step they take. In Hinduism, the concept of angels evolves into a rich tapestry of divine beings known as devas. These gods and goddesses, with their intricate stories and celestial dramas, embody the forces of nature and the essence of life itself. They serve as protectors and guides, leading devotees along their spiritual paths. Tales of angels descending to assist mortals in their trials evoke emotions of hope and resilience, illustrating the belief that divine intervention is never far away. Buddhism, while different in its approach, also acknowledges the presence of celestial beings known as devas, who dwell in higher realms. Though not angels in the traditional sense, they offer inspiration and encouragement to practitioners in their quest for enlightenment. Compassionate and benevolent, these beings remind followers that the journey of life is not a solitary one. In moments of reflection, the faithful can feel their gentle guidance, urging them to cultivate mindfulness and compassion in a world that often feels chaotic. Indigenous cultures around the globe have their own interpretations of angelic figures. In Native American spirituality, the concept of spirit guides resonates deeply. These guides serve as protectors and teachers, often taking the form of animals or ancestors. The connection to these spiritual beings fosters a profound sense of belonging to the universe, a reminder that the earthly and spiritual realms coexist in harmony. In rituals and ceremonies, the presence of these guides brings a sense of peace, as communities come together to honor the wisdom of their ancestors and the spirits that watch over them. As the sun sets, casting an orange glow across the horizon, the stories of angels resonate in the hearts of those who seek solace and understanding. In chaotic moments, when life seems overwhelming, individuals often turn to their faith, seeking comfort in the belief that angels are near. Whether through whispered prayers, heartfelt songs, or quiet contemplation, the connection to these celestial beings remains a powerful force. In modern times, the fascination with angels has soared, manifesting in countless books, movies, and art. People from all walks of life claim to have experienced angelic encounters, moments that defy explanation yet fill the heart with undeniable warmth. A child finding a feather, a stranger offering a timely word of encouragement. These are the modern manifestations of angelic presence, subtle reminders that the divine is woven into the very fabric of existence. As the lines between cultures blur, the universal appeal of angels continues to inspire connections among diverse spiritual traditions. They become symbols of hope, love, and compassion, transcending barriers of language and belief. In a world often divided by conflict and misunderstanding, the belief in angels fosters a sense of unity, reminding us of our shared longing for guidance and protection. And so, the stories of angels, their whispers echoing through the ages, forge an unbreakable bond between humanity and the divine. The sacred interplay of faith and the ethereal continues to spark hope in the hearts of many. With wings that span the heavens and a presence that brings comfort, angels will always remain a powerful presence, urging those who call upon them to believe in the beauty of the unseen and the promise of light that can pierce through the darkest of nights. In a dimly lit room, a woman sits hunched over, clutching a faded photograph of her late grandmother. The flickering candlelight dances across her tears, illuminating the sorrow etched on her face. "Are you really watching over me?" she whispers into the stillness, the question echoing against the walls like a prayer. She feels a gentle breeze, like a whisper, brushing against her cheek. Moments like these have sparked a belief that has persisted through centuries, a faith that somewhere, just beyond the veil of the visible world, guardian angels are waiting, watching, and guiding. Throughout history, the idea of angels has been woven into the fabric of human experience. Ancient civilizations revered them as divine messengers, embodiments of hope, and protectors sent from above. The Greeks spoke of demons, spirits that guided souls, offering wisdom and comfort. In the vast expanse of Jewish texts, angels are depicted not just as messengers, but as fierce protectors of the faithful. When one reads the Book of Psalms, it becomes evident that these celestial beings are an integral part of the human story, a promise of divine intervention in the chaos of life. The early Christian church embraced the concept of guardian angels with fervor. Saint Augustine, a towering figure in Christian theology, emphasized their role in safeguarding individuals from harm. His writings ignited a flame of belief among the faithful, crafting an image of angels as personal protectors assigned by God. This notion resonated deeply, offering comfort to countless souls yearning for a connection to something greater, a touch of the divine amid earthly struggles. Yet, misconceptions began to swirl like leaves caught in a tempest. The image of guardian angels morphed into something almost whimsical, a fluffy, childlike figure with wings, floating effortlessly through the air. Popular culture embraced this softened caricature, presenting angels as adorable sidekicks, stripped of their formidable strength and immense power. The reality, though, is layered with complexity. Angels are not mere companions. They are warriors, fierce protectors capable of wielding divine justice. This stark contrast between the true essence of angels and the popular portrayal left many wandering in confusion, seeking solace in an image that lacked depth. The belief that every individual has a guardian angel has roots in Catholic doctrine, where the Catechism of the Catholic Church asserts that angels are assigned to guide each person from birth to death. This belief ignited an explosion of artistic representation during the Renaissance, with artists capturing the ethereal beauty and grace of these heavenly beings. The works of masters like Raphael and Caravaggio filled chapels and homes with visions of angels, cementing their place in the collective imagination. Yet, the question lingered: are these representations true to their purpose, or are they merely reflections of human desire for protection and love? In the shadows of these images lies the darker side of belief. The thought that guardian angels are always there watching over us can lead to a false sense of security. Many have faced tragedy, believing that their angel would protect them from harm. When life doesn't unfold as expected, the question arises: where were they in the moment of crisis? This tension between belief and reality creates a haunting paradox that echoes in the hearts of those who have suffered loss or faced despair. Historical accounts reveal the complex interplay between faith and doubt. During the Black Death, when fear gripped the hearts of millions, some turned to the belief in guardian angels for solace. Stories emerged of miraculous interventions, where unseen forces guided individuals to safety amid the chaos. Yet, for many, the absence of such protection led to a soul-crushing realization, leaving them questioning their worthiness and the nature of divine love. As centuries rolled on, the Reformation brought a wave of skepticism. Martin Luther, while championing the priesthood of all believers, called into question the need for intermediaries between humanity and God. In doing so, he inadvertently cast a shadow over the belief in guardian angels, leaving some to wonder if these celestial beings were merely figments of the imagination. Was the notion of angels a comforting lie or a profound truth? This internal struggle has persisted, inspiring countless debates among theologians, philosophers, and everyday believers, igniting a fire of yearning for answers that still burns brightly today. Meanwhile, across the ocean in various indigenous cultures, the concept of guardian spirits took on a different shape. Native American traditions often celebrate protective spirits that guide individuals through life's journey. These spirits, deeply rooted in nature, serve as reminders of the interconnectedness of all beings. While the theological frameworks differ, the essence remains: a longing for guidance, protection, and understanding in a world that often feels chaotic and cruel. In modern times, belief in guardian angels has only intensified in the wake of tragedy and uncertainty. Stories of miraculous encounters abound, where people claim to have felt a presence in times of need, an unexplained sense of calm, a sudden shift in fortune, a whisper in the dark. These experiences are not confined to any one tradition. They resonate across cultures and faiths, binding humanity together in a shared yearning for protection and hope. Yet, with this rising tide of belief comes a wave of skepticism. The rational mind grapples with the supernatural. Are these experiences merely coincidences, or is there something more profound at play? The tension between faith and doubt creates a compelling narrative, one that refuses to let go, much like the woman with the photograph, whose silent plea for answers hangs heavy in the air. As the flickering candlelight begins to wane, she senses a shift, a presence that transcends her understanding. 'Tis last, a great silence fell. In that moment, time stood still, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. Perhaps, just perhaps, the guardian angels of lore are not distant figures but intimate companions, sharing in the joys and sorrows of life's journey. Each heartbeat is a reminder of their existence, each tear a testament to the love that binds them. The boundaries of belief stretch and bend, intertwining history and emotion. As the woman's heart swells with longing for connection, for understanding, for the promise of a love that never fades, she closes her eyes, allowing the warmth of hope to envelop her, unsure of what awaits but certain that she is never truly alone. In a dimly lit church on a rainy evening, the sound of thunder rolled through the air like a distant whisper, reverberating against the stained glass windows. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls, dancing like spirits lost between worlds. As the congregation knelt in prayer, each person's heart beat with a longing, a hope that something greater was watching over them. They believed in angels, celestial beings sent to protect, guide, and inspire. Yet, beneath this surface of faith and comfort, a storm brewed, raising questions that clawed at the very foundation of their beliefs. Throughout history, angels have been seen as messengers of divine will, appearing in moments of crisis to deliver hope or warning. In ancient texts, they were depicted with wings that shimmered like the morning sun, their voices echoing with wisdom and authority. But what were the implications of believing in these ethereal beings? As stories of angels spread across cultures and epochs, from the sacred scrolls of the Hebrew Bible to the grand paintings of the Renaissance, they shaped moral compasses, offering answers to life's most pressing questions. Yet, one couldn't ignore the shadows lurking behind the light. The ethical implications of believing in angels stretched far beyond simple faith. For centuries, people turned to these divine intermediaries in times of despair. When the plague swept through Europe and the fear of the unknown loomed, angels became symbols of hope. They were invoked in prayers, believed to intercede for humanity, to carry the burdens of the suffering to a higher power. But what of those who felt abandoned, who searched for comfort and found none? Were they to blame for their misfortunes, viewed as unworthy of angelic attention? This notion weighed heavily on many hearts, creating a chasm between the faithful and the forsaken. As the candle flames flickered, a young woman named Clara sat with her hands clasped tightly, praying for her sick child. She believed in angels, had seen them in dreams, their light shining brightly against the backdrop of her darkest fears. Yet, as her child's condition worsened, doubt gnawed at her heart. Did her faith falter in the eyes of heaven? Were the angels deaf to her cries? In that moment, her belief twisted into something more complex. It became not just a hope but a burden, a source of guilt that she could no longer carry. In the same town, a soldier named Jacob returned from war, haunted by what he had witnessed. He had long believed that angels fought alongside him, protecting him in the heat of battle. Yet, each time he closed his eyes, specters of fallen comrades emerged, their eyes pleading for justice, for remembrance. If angels were real, why had they not saved them? This internal struggle reflected a broader ethical dilemma. If angels were guardians of the righteous, what did it mean for those left behind, those who perished unjustly? The weight of this belief turned into a cloak of sorrow, wrapping around Jacob's heart like a chilling fog. In a distant land, a wise elder named Anaiah shared tales of angels with her village children, igniting their imaginations with stories of winged beings who brought dreams and hope. Yet, with each tale, she felt the sting of responsibility. Each narrative shaped the children's understanding of good and evil, of reward and punishment. Did she risk teaching them that their worth was measured by the attention they received from celestial beings? What if they grew up believing they must earn love, even from the heavens? Anaya's heart ached with the burden of this realization. In her quest to inspire, she feared she might inadvertently create a cycle of anxiety and inferiority. The world around them swirled with moral complexity. Faith in angels could offer solace but also sow seeds of doubt and insecurity. The belief in a divine hierarchy raised unsettling questions about worthiness and sin. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows crept in, revealing a landscape fraught with ethical dilemmas. What of those who suffered in silence, those overlooked by the angels they so desperately sought? Were they deemed unworthy of salvation? As the church bells tolled, marking the passage of time, the storm outside grew fiercer, mirroring the turmoil inside. Clara clutched her child closer, Jacob wrestled with his memories, and Anaya pondered the weight of her words. Each grappled with the implications of their beliefs, their hearts singing a chorus of hope and despair, of love and abandonment. The candle flames flickered in response, shadows dancing in a chaotic rhythm, a reflection of the turmoil brewing within each soul. Each generation faced the dilemma anew, struggling to reconcile the beauty of belief with the harsh realities of life. The stories of angels were a balm for the wounds of existence, yet they also posed questions that could pierce the heart. Did faith provide answers, or merely deepen the mystery of suffering? As the storm outside raged on, a sense of urgency permeated the air, a call to confront these uncomfortable truths. In this ethereal dance of belief and doubt, the echoes of history lingered, reminding humanity of its fragility. The ancient texts that spoke of angels carried the wisdom of ages, yet they also bore the scars of misunderstanding and misinterpretation. Each tale told, each prayer uttered, contributed to a tapestry woven with both light and shadow, a testament to the human experience. With every heartbeat and every whispered prayer, the ethical implications of believing in angels swirled like the storm outside. Each character felt the weight of their choices, the gravity of their convictions pulling them toward an uncertain horizon. The candle flames flickered one last time, illuminating a path filled with questions that would lead them to confront their deepest fears and hopes. A path where love and belief intertwined with the complex tapestry of existence. And as the rain poured steadily, washing the world outside, the stories of angels lingered in the air, waiting patiently to be told, to be felt, to be questioned once more. The cycle of belief and doubt continued, entwining them all in a dance as old as time itself. In a small, dimly lit room, a woman sat on a worn-out couch, her eyes glistening with unspilled tears. The air was thick with the weight of her silence, a silence that screamed louder than any words could. She held a small, tattered book in her hands, its pages yellowed with age. It was filled with stories of angels, beacons of hope in times of despair. As she turned to a well-loved page, she found herself transported back to a time when faith and belief intertwined seamlessly with the human experience, illuminating the darkest corners of the mind. Throughout history, angels have been seen as messengers, guardians, and symbols of hope. The ancient Egyptians revered them in the form of deities, believing that their presence offered protection and guidance in the afterlife. In Christianity, angels were often depicted as compassionate beings, sent to provide solace during moments of profound sorrow. In these narratives, they embodied the essence of comfort, serving as a reminder that one is never truly alone. As the woman continued reading, she was taken by a story of a soldier in World War I. With the sounds of bombs exploding in the distance, he felt the cold grip of anxiety tightening around him. In the chaos, he noticed a flicker of light among the shadows, an angel determined to guide him back to safety. This ethereal figure whispered words of encouragement, urging him to walk on despite the fear that gnawed at his insides. The soldier, feeling the warmth of that unseen presence, found a glimmer of courage, a spark that lit his path through the war-torn landscape. His heart raced, not just from the adrenaline of battle, but from the inexplicable connection to something greater than himself. In moments of trauma, many have turned to the idea of angels for comfort, seeking the tangible in the intangible. The historical accounts are numerous and varied. Florence Nightingale, known for her compassion and care during the Crimean War, believed that angels walked among the wounded, offering relief and healing. Her own experiences ignited a fire within her to create a better world for those suffering. Nightingale's legacy wasn't merely about nursing. It was about infusing hope into the scared hearts of soldiers and their families. Through the ages, the connection between mental health and the belief in angels became a topic of interest. In the 19th century, when psychiatry was beginning to take shape, many practitioners noted that patients who found solace in spiritual beliefs often exhibited signs of healing. The comforting notion of having a guardian angel or a divine presence watching over them could ease their burdens, providing a refuge from the tempest of their minds. The more they believed in the protective embrace of an angel, the less alone they felt in their suffering. The woman put down the book for a moment, her heart racing. Could angels truly exist in the realm of mental health? Was it possible that their mere presence, whether real or imagined, could alter the course of someone's emotional journey? She felt a chill run down her spine, a sensation that wrapped around her like a protective cloak. What if, amidst the turmoil of life, mental health could be linked to an unseen hand guiding individuals toward healing? The stories of those who experienced profound mental anguish and found solace in these celestial beings were countless. One poignant account told of a young girl in the early 20th century, isolated and misunderstood. Plagued by depression, she often wandered the fields near her home, seeking escape from a world that felt heavy and unkind. One day, as she lay beneath a towering oak, she looked up and saw a figure bathed in light. The angel spoke softly, assuring her that all would be well. In that moment, the girl felt a warmth envelop her, filling the empty spaces in her heart. The darkness that once suffocated her receded, replaced by a flicker of hope. Academics and doctors began to take notice of these phenomena. They explored the impact of belief and spirituality on mental health, leading to groundbreaking discussions on the synergy between faith, healing, and emotional wellness. Evidence emerged that individuals who nurtured a connection with the divine, whether through angels, God, or universal energy, tended to cope better with anxiety, depression, and trauma. Yet, the debate remained heated. Skeptics questioned whether these experiences were mere figments of the imagination, or if something more profound was at play. But for those who found comfort in the notion of angels, it didn't matter. They felt the presence, the warmth, and the love that filled their hearts when they needed it most. The woman, clutching the book tightly, felt a renewed sense of hope. She was not just reading stories. She was connecting with something ancient and powerful. The belief in angels wasn't simply about religion or spirituality. It was a testament to the human spirit's resilience and the deep need for connection and understanding. As she turned the page, she came upon a passage about a modern-day therapist who had incorporated angel therapy into her practice. Patients shared their experiences of feeling the presence of angels during sessions, often describing how it brought them peace in moments of chaos. The therapist guided her clients to visualize their own guardian angels, creating safe spaces within their minds to heal from trauma. Each session became a sacred ritual, a dance between vulnerability and strength, where the ethereal met the earthly. The woman's heart raced. This wasn't just a narrative. It was a revelation. The thought that angels could play a role in therapy sparked something deep within her. The stories, the accounts, every experience was a thread woven into the fabric of human experience, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and connection. As the day turned to dusk, she felt a sense of urgency pulsing through her. What lay beyond these tales? What deeper understanding awaited her, hidden in the shadows of the pages, beckoning her to uncover more? She could almost hear the whispers of angels, guiding her onwards, nudging her to seek out the next chapter of her own story, where healing and hope awaited in the embrace of the unseen. In a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with the scent of ancient parchment, A scholar hunched over a text that flickered with the ghosts of forgotten whispers. His fingers trembled as they traced the faded script, each letter pulsing with a life of its own. In that moment, he felt the weight of history pressing against his chest. A weight born from the stories of celestial beings who once roamed the earth, their wings brushing against the fabric of humanity. These were no ordinary tales. They were apocryphal texts, writings that danced on the edges of accepted scripture, hinting at truths that lingered just out of reach. Tales of angels, not just as messengers of God, but as complex beings woven into the very fabric of existence, their stories intertwining with humanity's own in ways both profound and unsettling. The scholar turned another fragile page, his heart racing as shadows of knowledge began to wrap around his thoughts. From the Book of Enoch, a text that had slipped through the cracks of mainstream acceptance, emerged the Watchers, angels who descended to earth and took human wives. Their offspring, the Nephilim, were said to be giants, a fierce blend of divine and mortal, their existence a warning of the consequences that arise when celestial beings tread too close to the human experience. The scholar shivered as he imagined their colossal forms, towering over the earth, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the sacred from the profane. Each line he read was a thread pulling him deeper into the mystery of angelology, an intricate tapestry that was colored by the apocryphal. The stories of fallen angels, like Lucifer, who defied the divine order and became a symbol of rebellion, echoed in his mind. The thought of an angel, once radiant and majestic, transformed into the embodiment of darkness, stirred something primal within him. Was there a part of humanity that mirrored this fall, a hidden rebellion waiting to break free? As the scholar flipped through more texts, he stumbled upon the Testament of Solomon, where angels and demons played a chess game for the souls of men. Here, angels were not merely celestial beings but guardians, warriors, and even, at times, challengers. They stood at the crossroads of human choice, their influence palpable in moments of moral upheaval. The scholar felt a shiver run down his spine as he pictured the battles waged in unseen dimensions, where angels wielded their power, swaying the hearts of kings and commoners alike. What if these ancient accounts contained not only the stories of divine beings but also revelations about the very nature of good and evil? Each text carried a pulse, an echo of a struggle that transcended time and space. The scholar's breath quickened, realizing that the apocryphal did not simply add color to the tales of angels. It painted a picture of humanity's eternal quest for understanding, the dance between hope and despair. In the Gospel of Nicodemus, angels appeared at critical junctures, their presence a divine intervention that shaped the course of history. Their ethereal forms shimmered with light, illuminating the darkest corners of human experience. He envisioned them descending to comfort the grieving, protect the innocent, and guide the lost. Here, the angel was not just a messenger but a beacon of hope, a symbol of divine love that reached into the very depths of despair. Yet, the scholar also pondered the darker narratives. The Book of Jubilees spoke of angels tasked with overseeing the fate of nations, their decisions heavy with the burden of judgment. The idea that these beings could dictate the rise and fall of empires sent a chill through him. Was it possible that the fate of humanity rested in the hands of these celestial observers? The thought was intoxicating yet terrifying, a reminder of the fragility of free will. As night draped its velvet cloak over the world outside, the scholar's candle flickered, casting dancing shadows that whispered secrets all around him. He turned to the Apocryphon of John, which introduced the concept of the divine feminine, the Holy Spirit, portrayed sometimes as a maternal figure. In this light, angels became guardians of both masculine and feminine energies, a balance that humanity has struggled to achieve. The scholar felt a surge of emotion, recognizing the sacredness of both roles. It was a beautiful tension, a reminder that within the divine narrative, every being has its place, every story its worth. The deeper he sank into these apocryphal texts, the more he felt the pull of the unseen world, where angels wove their destinies with the pulse of humankind. The line between the celestial and the mortal blurred, creating a tapestry of existence rich in emotion and complexity. Was every choice made, every prayer uttered, a thread in this grand design? As the scholar pressed on, recalling tales of the angel Raphael, the healer, and Gabriel, the messenger. He could not shake the feeling that these stories were more than mere myth. They were vibrant echoes of a time when humanity felt the presence of the divine in their daily lives. The emotions poured forth: fear, love, hope, each one a testament to the profound connection between humans and angels. The candle guttered, illuminating a final passage, a revelation that sent a shudder through his bones. In the secret writings, angels were depicted as not just beings of light, but as companions to those who traveled through the valleys of despair. They were there, unseen yet felt, guiding lost souls, offering solace in moments of heartache. His heart raced as he grasped the incredible weight of this truth, the notion that angels, whether through their light or their darkness, were reflections of the human condition itself. With every story, every revelation, the scholar felt himself entwined in a web of emotions that transcended time. The power of the apocryphal texts lay not only in their tales of divine beings, but also in their ability to resonate with the struggles of humanity. As he closed the final page, the air crackled with a mixture of awe and dread, the weight of knowledge resting heavily upon him. What truths were still hidden? What destinies lay intertwined in the stories yet to be told? The flickering candle cast long shadows, hinting at the next chapter, where the angelic and the human would converge once more, leaving the scholar trembling with anticipation and unquenchable thirst for more. In a bustling city, where the hum of life drowns out the whispers of the divine, a woman named Clara stood at the edge of a crowded park. She watched as children laughed and played, their joy echoing around her like a distant melody. Yet, beneath the laughter, a stillness gripped her heart. It was a moment suspended in time, where the weight of her own thoughts clashed with the vibrant energy of the world around her. She remembered her grandmother's tales of angels, radiant beings who watched over humanity, guiding them through darkness. But in this secular age, where faith often felt like an old, worn-out book gathering dust, those stories seemed like faded memories, lost amidst the noise of modernity. As Clara walked home under the dim glow of streetlights, she hesitated at the intersection of belief and doubt. The world had become a place of science and reason, a realm where the divine was often dismissed as mere fantasy. Yet, every now and then, she felt a stirring in her soul, a flicker of hope that perhaps angels still existed, hidden in the shadows of disbelief. What if these ethereal beings were not just figments of imagination, but remnants of a once vibrant belief that could still find a place in the hearts of the lost? Throughout history, angels have emerged in countless cultures, transcending borders and languages. From the majestic seraphim in the Old Testament to the gentle guardians of folklore, these celestial figures have inspired awe and reverence. Ancient Egyptians revered the winged forms that guided souls to the afterlife, while in the Middle Ages, they became symbols of divine intervention in human affairs. Yet, as societies evolved, so did their understanding of the universe. With the dawn of the Enlightenment, reason took center stage, pushing angelic beliefs to the fringes. But as Clara stepped into the world of today, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was shifting. The rise of technology and the relentless pace of life had left many yearning for connection, for something greater than themselves. Social media, while often a source of noise, became a platform for people to share their experiences of the inexplicable. Those fleeting moments when they felt a touch of something divine, an encounter with the unseen. Stories poured in like rain, each one echoing the age-old belief in angels, resurrected in a new form. In a small cafe, a group of friends shared their own angelic encounters over steaming cups of coffee. One spoke of a time when he had narrowly escaped an accident, claiming he felt a presence guiding him away just in time. Another recounted a dream that felt so real, where a figure with wings whispered words of comfort during a time of deep sorrow. As they exchanged these stories, laughter and hope filled the air, weaving a tapestry of belief that had weathered the storms of skepticism. Clara watched intently, her heart swelling with a mix of nostalgia and longing. With every shared experience, the notion of angels transformed, adapting to a world that often felt cold and indifferent. They became symbols of resilience, of hope in despair. Clara found herself drawn into the narratives of others, each story a thread stitching her heart to a collective belief that had not entirely vanished. Within this secular landscape, angels transcended their traditional roles, evolving into guardians of the human spirit. But not everyone embraced this resurgence. Skeptics raised their voices, arguing that such beliefs were mere illusions, distractions from the harsh realities of life. They questioned the need for angels in a world governed by facts, where tangible evidence reigned supreme. Yet, Clara felt a fire ignite within her, an understanding that belief in angels was not about convincing others, but about finding solace in the unknown. It was about recognizing the magic that still flickered in the corners of existence, even if it defied logical explanation. As the seasons changed, so did the conversations around angelic beliefs. Clara noticed more people seeking out spiritual experiences, looking for signs that perhaps they were not alone in their struggles. Stories of near-death experiences surfaced, tales of light and love that pierced through the veil of mortality. The scientific community, too, began to acknowledge these phenomena, exploring the intersections between spirituality and psychology. Researchers probed the depths of human consciousness, digging into the allure of the unseen and the reasons it still resonated in a world steeped in reason. In homes across the city, altars were created, adorned with candles and symbols of hope. People began to light them, not out of obligation, but as a personal testament to their faith in something greater. Clara felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she lit a candle one evening, the flickering flame casting shadows that danced on the walls. In that moment, she was transported back to her grandmother's stories, where angels roamed freely, bestowing grace and protection. A single tear fell down her cheek, a release of years spent wrestling with doubt. Clara's journey merged with others, creating a ripple effect that transcended boundaries. Communities began to gather, sharing not just stories of angels but their struggles, their hopes, and their dreams. They formed a collective belief that, despite the odds, the heart yearned for connection, for a glimpse into the divine. As people embraced these stories, they began to realize that angels were not confined to the realms of religion, but lived in the very fabric of humanity, a reflection of the love, kindness, and compassion we hold for one another. But the question lingered. As society advanced, would angelic beliefs continue to flourish or fade into obscurity? Clara could feel the tension in the air, a palpable mix of hope and uncertainty. Would the next generation accept these stories, these fleeting whispers of the divine, or would they be left behind, buried beneath the weight of progress? The answer remained elusive, like a shadow dancing just out of reach. In that moment, as Clara stood at the crossroads of belief and reason, she understood that the future of angels was not just about what lay ahead, but how deeply rooted they were in the hearts of the people. The stories they shared, the connections they formed, were threads woven into the ever-changing tapestry of existence. And perhaps, just perhaps, the future held a place for angels, not as distant beings, but as an integral part of the human experience. A reminder that hope, love, and belief could still illuminate even the darkest corners of this modern world. In the stillness of twilight, when shadows stretch across the earth, whispers of divine presence flit through the air. Angels, those shimmering beings of light, have captured the human imagination for centuries. With wings that brush against the fabric of heaven, they bridge the gap between the mortal and the sacred, existing in every major religion with a strikingly similar mission: to guide, protect, and inspire. In Christianity, angels are messengers of God, bearing tidings that can alter the course of a life. Think of Gabriel, the archangel, who appeared to Mary, delivering news that would change the world forever. His radiant form brought both joy and fear, a divine paradox that resonates within the hearts of countless believers even today. The Gospel of Luke tells us of the shepherds in the fields, trembling at the sight of angels singing praises of peace. The emotions stirred, the goosebumps felt by those who listened, echo through generations, reminding all that divine intervention can come when least expected, illuminating the path to hope. In Islam, angels hold a revered place, created from light and tasked with carrying out Allah's will. Each angel has a specific role, from the mighty Jibril, who communicated revelations to prophets, to Munkar and Nakir, who questioned the deceased in the grave. The thought of these celestial beings, recording every word and deed, adds a layer of urgency to one's actions. In the quiet of a mosque, the faithful feel their presence, a silent yet powerful reminder of accountability, as if the air itself vibrates with their energy. The stories of angels in Islam carry a weight that compels the believer to contemplate their own journey, their own choices, and the divine guidance that is ever present. The Hindu tradition, with its intricate tapestry of deities and celestial entities, introduces the concept of messengers known as devas. These beings are not merely intermediaries. They embody the natural elements and cosmic principles that govern life. Think of the awe-inspiring Garuda, the mighty bird that serves as the mount of Lord Vishnu. It symbolizes strength and devotion, a protector who soars above the chaos of the world. The mythological narratives, rich with vivid imagery, inspire both reverence and wonder, allowing worshippers to feel a connection to something greater than themselves. The stories often evoke the emotion of longing, a desire to connect with the divine, to seek guidance through the turbulence of existence. Judaism, too, offers profound insights into the nature of angels. The Hebrew Bible speaks of seraphim and cherubim, beings that flutter around the throne of God, singing hymns of praise. The earliest accounts in Genesis speak of the angel that guards the entrance to Eden, symbolizing loss and the longing for a paradise once known. Each encounter with an angelic being is laden with emotion. Jacob wrestles with an angel, his very identity transformed in the struggle, a moment of vulnerability that resonates deeply with anyone who has faced their own trials. The angel's presence evokes a sense of connection to ancestral stories, a continuity that binds believers to their past while lighting their path forward. In Zoroastrianism, the concept of angels takes on a unique form with the presence of the Amshaspentas. These divine beings embody the principles of creation, guiding humans toward truth and righteousness. The vivid depiction of these celestial beings reflects the light versus darkness battle that is so central to Zoroastrian belief. It resonates with the human spirit, echoing the eternal struggle within each person, inspiring them to rise above their challenges. The emotions stirred by tales of the Amshaspentas evoke hope and determination, reminding followers that they are never alone in their fight for goodness. The understanding of angels shifts once more in Buddhism, where they are recognized not as divine beings but as manifestations of enlightened qualities, bodhisattvas. These figures inspire compassion and wisdom, guiding practitioners towards enlightenment. The soothing presence of these celestial guides stirs feelings of peace and mindfulness, encouraging individuals to cultivate the divine within themselves. The intricate stories of these beings inspire a reflection on one's own journey, urging a search for inner goodness and the desire to assist others in their own struggles. Across these varied traditions, one can sense a common thread, a yearning for connection and guidance from something beyond the mundane. Whether they appear as bright messengers, protectors, or embodiments of divine principles, angels resonate with humanity's deepest desires for love, protection, and understanding. They provide a sense of belonging, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, every soul is woven with purpose and care. As the sun sets and the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky, an electric charge fills the atmosphere. The stories of angels, with their rich historical roots and emotional weight, transcend religious boundaries, reminding everyone that they are part of a larger narrative. Each encounter with these ethereal beings elicits an emotional response, awakening a longing for connection, guidance, and a touch of the divine. With every whispered prayer and hopeful thought, the belief in angels serves as a comforting reminder that even in the darkest moments, light shines through. The innate human desire to understand the divine leads to an unquenchable thirst for knowledge about these celestial beings. Each story, each tradition, invites further exploration. The journey of understanding is never truly complete, extending beyond the confines of individual faith, weaving a rich tapestry of shared experiences and emotions. Each page turned beckons the reader to ponder their own relationship with the divine, the angels that may guide them, and the unseen forces that shape their destiny. The narrative flows, stretching forward into the unknown, where the next chapter awaits just beyond the horizon. In the quiet moments of dusk, when the sun dips below the horizon and the stars begin to twinkle like scattered diamonds in the vast sky, a whisper travels through the leaves of ancient trees. It is a sound almost imperceptible, yet it carries a weight of urgency and reverence. Those who pause to listen might feel a shiver run down their spine, as if the very earth itself were speaking. A plea for help, a call to action. This is where the story of angels and environmentalism takes root, entwining humanity's destiny with that of the planet. Long before the term environmentalism danced on tongues, countless cultures revered the guardians of nature. Indigenous tribes, in particular, spoke of spirits dwelling in the mountains, rivers, and forests, believing that these entities watched over their land, ensuring balance and harmony. The Anishinaabe people, for instance, viewed the land as a living entity, a sacred gift from the Creator. They understood that their existence was intertwined with the natural world, a concept known as the circle of life. In their eyes, each tree was not just wood, but a being with a spirit deserving of respect and protection. As the years unfurled, the stories of these guardians became intertwined with the very fabric of environmental movements around the globe. The Romantic poets of the 18th and 19th centuries breathed life into the idea of nature as a sanctuary, a source of solace and inspiration. Wordsworth, Keats, and Shelley painted vivid images of landscapes untouched by human hands, urging society to remember the beauty that flourishes when humanity stands in harmony with nature. Their words rang like an echo from the past, whispering the same truths that ancient tribes held dear, that to harm the earth is to harm ourselves. Fast forward to the 20th century, when a surge of environmental awareness ignited a flame of activism. The publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring in 1962 sent shockwaves through the consciousness of society. Carson, a marine biologist turned author, unveiled the insidious effects of pesticides on the environment, evoking the image of a world where the song of birds had vanished. Her words were not just a warning, they were a call to arms. Many felt as if angels had descended from the heavens, illuminating the darkness that shrouded society's neglect. People began to rally, planting seeds of change that would grow into a movement demanding justice for the earth. In the 1970s, the first Earth Day sparked a worldwide awakening, bringing millions together to advocate for the planet. It was as if the angels had spread their wings, urging humanity to rise in unison. Families gathered in parks, schools organized cleanups, and people from all walks of life took to the streets, clutching signs that bore messages of hope. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and for a brief moment, the world felt alive with the promise of a better tomorrow. But even as the momentum swelled, shadows lingered on the horizon. The industrial machine churned ever onward, its clattering wheels drowning out voices raised in protest. Corporate greed and political apathy threatened to silence the angels' calls. In the face of such enormity, some felt despair creeping into their hearts, wondering if their efforts would ever yield fruit. But hope can flicker even in the darkest of times, and from the ashes of despair, new leaders emerged. One such leader was Wangari Maathai, a Kenyan environmentalist who would become the first African woman to receive the Nobel Peace Prize in 2004. She dedicated her life to fighting deforestation and promoting sustainable development. Maathai once said, "It's the little things citizens do. That's what will make the difference. My little thing is planting trees." Her Green Belt movement, which encouraged the planting of millions of trees, transformed the landscape of Kenya. She was an angel in her own right, embodying the spirit of resilience and unwavering commitment to the earth. As the 21st century rolled in, the plight of the planet became more urgent. Climate change began to rear its menacing head with terrifying intensity. Nature itself seemed to scream for help. Glaciers melted, wildfires raged, and hurricanes bore down upon coastlines with unprecedented fury. The earth was no longer a distant backdrop to human existence. It had become a living, breathing entity, demanding attention. The angels that once guided humanity were now joined by a chorus of voices: scientists, activists, and everyday people, all rising up to defend the fragile balance of life. Young voices, like those of Greta Thunberg and other climate activists, took the stage, refusing to be silenced. They were the embodiment of the new generation of guardians, channeling the spirit of the ancients who revered the earth. Their passionate pleas rang through the halls of power, echoing against the walls of indifference. With every protest, every march, they called on society to heed the warnings of the angels, reminding everyone that their future depended on the choices made today. The tension grew palpable, a mixture of hope and fear swirling in the air. Would humanity listen? Or would the angels be left to mourn in silence as they watched the earth suffer? As the sun set once again, casting long shadows over landscapes scarred by neglect, the question hung like a heavy mist. Could the bond between humans and nature be restored? Would the angels of the earth, in their myriad forms, find allies in the hearts of those who had forgotten their sacred duty? In this ever-evolving narrative of guardianship and responsibility, the story of angels and environmentalism unfolds in layers rich with emotion, history, and the unyielding quest for balance. With every heartbeat, the earth calls for its stewards, urging them to remember that they are not alone. The angels are here, watching, waiting, and whispering to those willing to listen. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, but the spirit of guardianship ignites a fire within, one that cannot be extinguished. As humanity stands on the precipice of change, the landscape of possibility stretches before them, alive with the promise of hope and the chance to be the guardians the earth so desperately needs. In the flickering glow of a smartphone screen, a young woman scrolled through a popular app, her heart dancing with both excitement and trepidation. She paused as an image appeared, an angel bathed in ethereal light, wings outstretched, and eyes that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. This wasn't just art. It was a phenomenon. She felt a chill run down her spine, a mix of awe and longing, as if the angel were reaching out, inviting her into a world beyond the mundane. This moment, so ordinary yet so charged with electricity, encapsulated a dramatic shift in how generations have perceived angels. Once regarded as divine messengers and symbols of hope, in today's digital world, these celestial beings have become symbols of aspiration and connection. The ancient texts painted angels with brushstrokes of authority and power, resplendent in their glory, often depicted as fearsome entities. But now, within the bounds of social media, they flutter delicately through timelines, adorned in whimsical fashion and vibrant colors, transforming into icons of the popular imagination. From the gilded pages of illuminated manuscripts to the glossy pixels of Instagram, the representation of angels is a mirror reflecting human emotions. Historical depictions showcased angels as powerful beings, often depicted in a stern light. Their roles were to deliver messages or execute divine judgment. In the medieval period, they held a distinct place in theology and art, a bridge between heaven and earth, often feared and revered. The paintings of the Renaissance era further solidified this image, where artists like Raphael and Michelangelo shaped them into soft, human-like figures, yet still tinged with a sense of detachment from humanity. Fast forward to the digital culture of today, and the transformation is staggering. Here, angels are reimagined, their wings often colorfully painted, their expressions softened in ways that beg a connection rather than evoke fear. They embody ideals of love, peace, and protection, making them relatable in an increasingly complex world. Each day, millions share images, memes, and stories that personify these celestial beings, reflecting personal struggles, dreams, and victories. This cultural shift is not without its consequences. The portrayal of angels has become a canvas for individual interpretation, where the divine meets the personal. Scrolling through images, the young woman saw not just artistry but stories, messages of hope when the world felt heavy and burdensome. Angels, once distant, now felt like friends with whom one could share secrets. In viral videos, they danced, laughed, and comforted, morphing from divine beings into companions of the human experience, weaving their existences into the fabric of everyday life. But as this transformation occurred, questions began to arise. What happens to the essence of angels when they become mere icons in the digital landscape? Are they losing their sacred meaning, or are they evolving alongside humanity? In historical texts, angels delivered messages of both comfort and strife. The archangel Gabriel, for instance, bore the weight of delivering urgent news, often with an edge of seriousness. Today, in an age marked by hashtags and influencers, Gabriel would be a content creator who would perhaps post about manifesting your dreams alongside a stunning image of a sunset. The power of the message is still present, but it's cloaked in the trappings of modern culture, echoing a shift from reverence to relatability. The warmth of connection in digital culture brings a softening of the once stern, almost fearsome portrayal of these beings. The young woman, lost in thought as she gazed at her screen, couldn't help but reflect on her life. She had faced her own trials, moments of darkness that felt insurmountable. Yet, the images of these modern angels filled her with a sense of belonging, a silent promise that she was not alone in her struggles. They were not just figures of faith anymore, but emblems of resilience, crafted by everyday people sharing their paths to healing. With every post, every shared story, the essence of angels morphed again. This evolution, however, was met with tension. As artists and creators began to flood the digital space with their interpretations, scholars and theologians voiced concerns. Were we trivializing the very essence of these celestial beings? Was the sacred being washed away in a tide of likes and shares? In the ongoing conversation, the line between sacred and secular blurred, creating a chasm of conflicting opinions. The young woman felt the weight of these thoughts. Could images, once steeped in divinity, still hold meaning in a realm dominated by trends and fleeting attention spans? Amidst these reflections, a surge of emotion washed over her. The digital angels felt like mirrors, reflecting not just her aspirations but also her fears and doubts. They reminded her of the moments when life seemed unbearable. Their soft smiles and outstretched wings gave her encouragement to keep moving forward. Perhaps it didn't matter that angels had evolved into figures of the pixelated age. What mattered was the connection and the light they inspired in her heart. As she continued to scroll, a video popped up featuring a young artist painting an angel on a large canvas. The artist spoke candidly about using this imagery to express mental health struggles, transforming pain into beauty. The young woman's eyes glistened as the artist explained how each brushstroke was a step toward healing, a reminder that even in darkness, there is always the possibility of light. This portrayal resonated deeply with her, igniting a flame of hope. The angels, it seemed, were not just for the faithful or the artistic. They were for everyone navigating the storms of life. With a rush of determination, she felt compelled to share her own story. Inspired by the digital culture surrounding these celestial beings, she began to draft a post, pouring her heart onto the screen. Perhaps her experience could help someone else, just like the artists and influencers had touched her life. In this moment, the young woman realized that the impact of digital culture on perceptions of angels extended far beyond aesthetics. It was about connection, community, and shared struggles. In a world often defined by division, these symbols of hope united voices, creating a chorus of resilience that echoed across the digital landscape. As she clicked the post button, a sense of calm washed over her. The conversation around angels continued to evolve, entwined with the complexities of modern life. The narrative of the divine was no longer confined to the pages of ancient texts. It pulsed through the screens that illuminated the night. The young woman felt a surge of energy, her heart racing with the potential of what her words could inspire. Her post might just be a single note in a vast symphony, but it was a note filled with emotion, connection, and an undeniable human spirit. And somewhere in the depths of cyberspace, angels spread their wings wider than ever before, whispering tales of hope, resilience, and the shared journey of life, as the digital age ushered in a new era of understanding and perception. A chill swept through the air as the church bells tolled, echoing across the empty streets. It was a haunting sound, reverberating through the hearts of those who had gathered in fear and uncertainty. In that moment, the world felt heavy, burdened by the weight of despair and loss. Yet, amidst the shadows, Whispers of hope flickered like distant stars. Angels, ethereal beings of light, began to take shape in the minds of the weary and broken. These guardians of hope had appeared before, in times of great need, weaving their way through history like threads in a tapestry, reminding humanity that, even in the darkest hours, solace is possible. In ancient times, the Assyrians carved magnificent stone reliefs depicting winged beings, their faces serene yet powerful. These early representations laid the foundation for the angelic images that would follow, creatures not just of religion, but of compassion and protection. When the world was engulfed in chaos, these symbols served as a balm for the soul, suggesting that perhaps a higher power was watching over humanity, ready to intervene. It was during the siege of Jerusalem in 586 BCE that the people turned to their beliefs, calling upon angels in their prayers, believing that divine beings would shield them from destruction, their cries for mercy echoing like the flutter of wings. As centuries rolled on, angels became intertwined with the fabric of human experience. During the Black Death in the 14th century, when the stench of death lingered in the air and fear gripped the hearts of people, visions of angels emerged. They were seen as harbingers of salvation, guiding lost souls to safety and comfort. People spoke of dreams where angels whispered words of reassurance, filling the void left by loved ones lost too soon. In the midst of despair, the thought of angelic intervention ignited a flicker of hope in the darkest corners of the human heart. Fast forward to the horrors of World War II, when cities lay in ruins and families were torn apart. The stark reality of survival weighed heavily, yet stories of angels began to circulate among the survivors. One such tale emerged from the rubble of Warsaw, where a young girl, alone in the chaos, claimed to have witnessed an angel hovering above her during a raid. She felt warmth enveloping her, a reassurance that she was not forsaken. Her account spread like wildfire, igniting hope amidst destruction. In a world torn apart by hatred, the notion of a guardian angel standing watch became a beacon of light for those who had lost everything. As the horrors of war persisted, artists and writers found themselves inspired by the angelic imagery. Paintings adorned the walls of galleries, capturing moments where angels seemed to reach down, offering solace to the suffering. In literary works, angels became symbolic figures of guidance, leading characters through trials and tribulations. Their wings, once seen as mere embellishments, transformed into banners of hope, reminding readers that no matter how dire the situation, there was always a chance for redemption and recovery. During the turbulent 1960s, amidst civil rights movements and protests, angels emerged again as symbols of hope for social change. The power of love and unity resonated, and the idea of angels representing peace and justice sprang forth. Activists invoked imagery of angelic figures standing beside those fighting for equality, assuring them that their voices mattered and that change was possible. The concept of angels began to transcend religious boundaries, becoming an emblem of hope for all people, regardless of their beliefs. They served as reminders that humanity could rise above division and hatred, spreading wings of understanding and compassion. More recently, during the COVID-19 pandemic, a wave of anxiety swept across the globe. Families were separated, and the everyday struggles of life felt insurmountable. Yet once more, stories emerged of angels in scrubs, healthcare workers praised as modern-day saviors standing on the front line. People posted messages of gratitude, describing how these heroes embodied the spirit of angels, bringing kindness and healing to those in need. And in times of isolation, many turned their eyes to the skies, drawing strength from the belief that somewhere, angels were watching over us, guiding us through the storm. With each passing crisis, the imagery of angels remains a constant source of comfort. In the stories told around campfires, in the whispered prayers during sleepless nights, their presence offers a sense of security. People find themselves searching the heavens, hoping for a sign that they are not alone in their struggles. The belief in angels acts as a bridge between the earthly and the divine, inspiring countless individuals to reach out, to help one another, to light their own little candles of hope in times of darkness. Throughout history, angels have been more than just figures of faith. They have become symbols of resilience, guiding humanity through the perils of existence. Their stories are woven into the very fabric of our being, stirring emotions that connect us to something greater than ourselves. In moments of crisis, they remind us that while the world can be a tumultuous place, we are never truly abandoned. As the sun sets on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the air is thick with emotion. The stories of angels linger, waiting to be told again and again, each retelling igniting the flicker of hope in the human spirit. The shadows may loom large, but the promise of angelic presence remains, a luminous thread that ties together the past, present, and future. And so, the cycle continues, as the world turns, and the need for hope persists, ready to unfold into the next chapter of humanity's story. Under a night sky sprinkled with stars, the air quivers with possibility. An unspoken connection hangs between humanity and the celestial, a whisper that has echoed through the ages. It is a connection born of wonder, fear, and unyielding hope, crafting a rich tapestry where the divine and the earthly intertwine. As ink-stained pages of history turn, they reveal the enduring legacy of the heavenly hosts, figures that have captivated the hearts and minds of cultures across time. From the shimmering spires of ancient Mesopotamia, where the first scribes etched tales into clay tablets, the heavens were alive. Gods and goddesses danced among the stars, their stories bursting with life and lessons. Enlil ruled the winds, while Inanna, the goddess of love and war, sparked both passion and conflict. These deities were more than mere tales. They shaped the lives of those who looked up, instilling a sense of purpose and the promise of protection. The people prayed fervently, seeking guidance, their voices rising like incense into the night. Each prayer was a thread woven into the fabric of their existence, a way to reach out to the celestial realm. As centuries rolled forward, the Greeks and Romans took their turn in the spotlight. The pantheon of gods grew, not just in number but in complexity. Zeus, with his thunderbolts, and Athena, wise and strategic, offered their followers a glimpse of a world where the divine influenced the mundane. The myths took flight, stirring the imagination of philosophers like Plato and poets such as Homer. The tales of divine beings were not solely for entertainment. They were a reflection of human nature itself, revealing the struggles, desires, and flaws of mankind. The Greeks built temples that echoed with the footsteps of worshippers, their walls adorned with art that celebrated the divine. Every chisel strike, every brushstroke, became an homage to the celestial presence that watched over them. From the warmth of the Mediterranean, the influence spread like wildfire, igniting the imagination of cultures far beyond. The heavenly hosts found new forms in the lush jungles of Mesoamerica, where the Mayans aligned their temples with the stars, creating a cosmic calendar that governed life. The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, became a symbol of creation, a bridge between earthly existence and the divine. Here, the celestial bodies were not mere lights in the sky but entities that shaped the rhythm of life itself. As priests led rituals, the air buzzed with anticipation, a palpable energy that connected the people with their gods. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Asia, the teachings of Buddhism began to flourish, weaving a different narrative about the heavenly hosts. Unlike the gods of old who intervened in human affairs, these celestial beings, known as bodhisattvas, embodied compassion and selflessness. They offered a promise of enlightenment and liberation from suffering. Temples filled with the soft glow of lanterns became sanctuaries for seekers, each flickering flame representing a flicker of hope, a chance for redemption. The vivid images of Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of mercy, brought tears to the eyes of those yearning for solace. As the world spun on its axis, the rise of Christianity introduced yet another layer to this celestial narrative. The figure of the archangel Michael, fierce and protective, became a symbol of strength in the face of adversity. Churches adorned with stained glass depicted the heavenly hosts as guardians, their wings unfurled in a majestic embrace. The faithful found refuge in prayer, their words spiraling upwards, merging with the soft hymns that filled the sacred spaces. Each note was a tribute to the divine, each prayer a plea for guidance amidst the chaos of human existence. The Islamic Golden Age illuminated this legacy further, where scholars expanded upon the thoughts of past thinkers, intertwining faith with reason. The angel Gabriel, revered as the messenger of God, bridged the realms of the divine and the mortal. Calligraphers painstakingly inscribed verses of the Quran, their meticulous designs transforming letters into art that resonated with the divine essence. The whispers of heavenly hosts echoed in the hearts of poets like Rumi, whose words danced with the longing for connection, transcending barriers of time and culture. Yet, as the modern era dawned, the celestial connection faced challenges from reason and skepticism. The divine, once a comforting presence, was often dismissed as mere mythology. But the legacy of the heavenly hosts refused to fade into obscurity. Literature revived their essence, weaving them into the fabric of stories that stirred the soul. From the haunting ballads of folk tales to the soaring narratives of fantasy epics, the celestial beings popped back into life, reminding humanity of its roots and dreams. In every corner of the globe, from bustling urban centers to quiet rural towns, the legacy of the heavenly hosts pulsed with life. Festivals celebrated celestial events, gathering communities under the stars. People gazed upwards, their hearts racing with the same wonder that ignited the spirits of their ancestors. Stories of miraculous encounters filled their conversations, each tale a testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the divine. The celestial remains a beacon of hope, a constant reminder that, no matter the trials faced, there exists a higher purpose watching over. With every passing generation, the heavenly hosts evolve, yet their essence remains the same: guidance, protection, and inspiration. The dance between the earthly and the celestial continues, an unbroken circle of life and legacy that transcends time and culture. The past intertwines with the present, sending shivers of anticipation down the spine, as humanity seeks solace in the stars, forever yearning for connection in a vast and mysterious universe. As the night deepens, the whispers grow louder, echoing the promise of celestial guidance, urging humanity to look upwards and embrace the legacy that spans millennia.